Chapter 234. What data? Brother Chin, there's data you can't handle. Gu Nianji excitedly sat in front of Chin Lai's computer and browsed through his files. It's in here. There's too much data, and normal software is too slow to handle it. Help me write a small program that can quickly retrieve and analyze the data. The main problem is that this access is too slow. Chen Lai sighed and shook his head as he pointed at the computer screen. Gu Nianji skimmed through it and roughly estimated the size of the file, the amount of computing power needed, the computer configuration, and so on before deciding where to start writing the program. Brother Chin, Brother Zhe is actually the expert in this field. Why didn't you look for him? Why did you look for me, a dabbler? Gu Nianji's slender fingers flew across the keyboard as she typed out a series of instructions. Chen Lai poured himself a cup of tea and took a contented sip. He smiled as he sat on the sofa. He's been a busy man ever since he returned to the base. How could I dare ask him? The key reason was that the data Chen Lai was analyzing was Gu Nianji's physical and cellular DNA data. It couldn't be seen by a third person, not even Zhao Liangzi. But Gu Nianji was different. It didn't matter if she saw the data herself. She was a dabbler when it came to computers, and there were many things she knew but didn't know why. So it was fine even if she saw it. Chen Lai didn't dare take the risk with Zhao Liangzi. After all, Zhao Liangzi's computer skills were top-notch. He could back up his data at any time without anyone knowing. Chen Lai had been sold and still counted the money for him. Operating room B was silent for a minute. Only the crisp sound of Gu Nianji's keyboard could be heard echoing in the room. Chen Lai was about to close his eyes for a nap when he suddenly heard a siren coming from afar. What's wrong? What happened? Gu Nianji looked up from the computer and blankly stared ahead. She suddenly froze. She was directly in the direction of Song Jinning's operating chair. The sleeping beauty, who had been sleeping a moment ago, was now sitting up. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Gu Nianji. Brother Chin. Gu Nianji's arm trembled as she pointed in Song Jinning's direction. Didn't you say you'd only wake up in a week? Chen Lai was also shocked by the alarm for a moment. He turned his head and saw Song Jinning sitting up in the operating chair with a blank expression on her face. He couldn't help but yell, "Oh my God! How did you wake up in just 3 days?" He shot forward like an arrow from a bow. His fat body was unexpectedly fast, and Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. Chen Lai rushed to the operating chair and excitedly turned off the alarm device. He excitedly looked at the lines of data displayed on the testing device and laughed like a madman. Song Jinning's gaze was attracted by Chen Lai's dancing hands and feet. She no longer stared at Gu Nianji. She looked back at Chen Lai with interest and shook her head with a smile. Gu Nianji hurriedly wrapped up her program and walked over. "Mrs. Song, are you feeling better?" Song Jinning looked over and said politely, "Hello, my husband's surname is Hua, but you can call me Jinning. May I ask who you are?" She sized up Gu Nianji in her heart and felt that this little girl's big, bright eyes were misty and moist, as though they contained 1,000 words and were ready to confide in someone at any time. She couldn't help but feel pity for her, but judging from her age, she was probably not even 20 years old. Gu Nianji froze and her eyes widened in an instant but quickly returned to normal. She smiled and said, "My name is Gu Nianji. Mrs. Song, are you feeling better? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Song Jinning also smiled and nodded. "You're a nurse here." She looked at Chen Lai, who was happily fiddling with the medical equipment in his white coat, and then at Gu Nianji. She asked her. "He's a doctor." I. She had just said this when she felt a sharp pain in her brain. The sharp pain was like a bayonet stabbing into her brain, opening up a gap in the memories that had been sealed away for 16 years. Memories of the past flooded her mind, and her newly recovered body couldn't withstand such a burden. She couldn't help hugging her head and leaning against the operating chair, cold sweat pouring down her face. The pain almost made her bite off the tip of her tongue, but she endured it without making a sound. Gu Nianji watched as her body trembled slightly, and her face suddenly turned pale. Even her lips had lost color, and her eyes were dim. She was in so much pain that she curled up her toes, but she didn't make a single sound. Cry out if it hurts. Gu Nianji went up to hug Song Jining and gently rubbed her back. She turned to Chen Lai. Brother Chen, do you have painkillers? Give some to Mrs. Song. Chen Lai looked up from behind the equipment as if he was dreaming, his eyes almost unfocused. Eat what? Painkillers. Gu Nianji pouted. What are you thinking? Mrs. Song just woke up, so she might not be feeling well. Look. She pouted at Song Jining. She didn't expect Song Jining to still have the energy to look at Gu Nianji at a time like this. She felt very close to Gu Nianji when she saw her, and couldn't help lecturing her. Girls shouldn't pout. Song Jining's voice was very soft. If she hadn't been so close to Gu Nianji wouldn't have heard what she was saying. Gu Nianji was speechless. She looked down at Song Jining, who was leaning against her shoulder. She was a bit ashamed to see that Song Jining hadn't lost her poise despite the pain. She murmured. I'm sorry, Mrs. Song. I'll be more careful next time. Okay. Song Jining replied softly. She sighed, and the pain in her head gradually subsided. Leaning against Gu Nianji, her condition did improve. This little girl made people feel happy as soon as they saw her. Chen Lai reluctantly put down his equipment and brought 2 painkillers and a glass of water. He handed them to Gu Nianji. Give this to Mrs. Song. Gu Nianji held the painkillers in her palm and brought them to Song Jining's mouth. Mrs. Song, do you want to eat this? What brand of painkiller is this? Song Jining looked at the 2 pills carefully. Which factory produced it? What are the active ingredients? How long does it last? Are there any side effects? Gu Nianji was speechless. She suddenly felt like she was being inspected by the professor for being absent-minded in class. Chen Lai was even more nervous than she was. As soon as he heard the question, he immediately said, This is high-concentration aspirin. It's 100 times more effective than the ones sold on the market. The main ingredient is high-purity salicylic acid, so it won't cause addiction. 1 pill lasts for 2 hours, and 2 pills can extend the effect to 3 hours. The side effect is that it will cause gastrointestinal discomfort and may cause nausea and other effects. Song Jining looked at the 2 white pills and frowned. I've never heard of aspirin with such high concentration. Then he pushed Gu Nianji's hand away and refused to take the pills. He said politely, Thank you, but it's okay. I'll just bear with it. Can you pour me a glass of hot water? Gu Nianji was speechless. Chen Lai's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He quickly took out a handkerchief from his trouser pocket to wipe his sweat and stammered, Madam, this aspirin has been available for 4 or 5 years, but it's a special prescription drug. You can't buy it over the counter outside. It's really medicine. I'm not lying to you. Song Jining looked up at him quietly and finally asked, Who are you? Where is this place? I'm Chen Lai, the doctor taking care of you. Chen Lai breathed a sigh of relief and pointed outside the door. This is the official residence of the Chief of the Special Operations Forces. Song Jining's expression was a bit confused, but she hid it well. She continued to look at Chen Lai politely and quietly waited for him to finish. Gu Nianji noticed something was wrong. She tugged on Chen Lai's sleeve to stop him from rambling in front of Song Jining. Chen Lai turned to look at her. Nianji, what's wrong? Gu Nianji nodded at him and looked at Song Jining. Madam, do you remember what happened before you fainted? She wanted to test Song Jining to see how much she had recovered. However, Song Jining frowned and thought about it. Her head hurt for a while, and she panted slightly. Explosion. I remember there was an earth-shattering explosion in our lab before I fainted. This was the first night watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. Today's second night watch was still at 7 in the evening. P.S. Thanks to Huaishuanmai for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 235. Gu Nianji was speechless. What was going on? Wasn't she on the way from the Huo residence to this official residence before she fainted? What was Song Jining thinking about? Gu Nianji's eyes darted to Song Jining's face, but she still didn't understand. Explosion. What explosion? Chen Lai looked up abruptly, his round eyes burning behind his round glasses as he stared at Song Jining. Madam, are you talking about the experiment from 16 years ago? He knew that Song Jining had ended up like this because of that failed experiment, 16 years ago. Although Song Jining was still in a daze, she still acutely caught on to what Chen Lai was saying. What do you mean 16 years ago? Song Jining's expression changed. What are you talking about? Gu Nianji finally understood. Song Jining had regained consciousness, but her memory seemed to have stopped at the time of the big explosion 16 years ago. She couldn't remember anything after that. That made sense. Because after she got sick, she only remembered memories from before she was 18 years old. She couldn't remember anything from when she was 18 years old to now. Every day, some of her cells were growing in reverse, repeating over and over again. Day after day, she would forget the events of the previous day and forever remain 18 years old. This means that Madam has more memories after she regained consciousness. Chen Lai looked down and began recording on Song Jining's medical record. Madam is 48 years old this year, so her memory has already recovered from before she was 18 to before she was 32 years old, which is 16 years ago. Gu Nianji was speechless. She moved closer to Chen Lai's ear and whispered, "What about the memories from the past 16 years? Is there really nothing left?" "That's hard to say." Chen Lai sighed and shook his head. The 16 years of injury from the explosion had an organic effect on her. Her memory cells can't permanently retain the memories of the previous day. For example, goldfish can only remember for 7 seconds, but Madam's memory for the past 16 years is only 24 hours a day. She's slightly better than goldfish. Gu Nianji felt terrible. She looked at Song Jining in a daze. How much had happened in the past 16 years? It was too cruel for Song Jining. However, she did not remember anything about it. She did not know if it was a good or bad thing. Song Jining was confused by Chen Lai and Gu Nianji's conversation. "What are you guys talking about?" "I'm 48. That can't be right, right? Isn't he 32? She looked suspiciously at the rotund Chen Lai, then at the slender and beautiful Gu Nianji. She felt that Gu Nianji was more trustworthy. She stared at Gu Nianji and asked, "You're Gu Nianji? Can I call you Nianji?" "Yes, madam." Gu Nianji hurriedly said, "Don't worry, speak slowly." Song Jining closed her eyes, her mind in a mess. As she stayed awake longer and longer, memories of the past kept rolling in her mind. The earth-shattering explosion, the sky-covering fire, and the laboratory that was almost razed to the ground after the explosion. Many people were running and screaming in the fire. She thought she was going to die, but someone rushed over and pushed her and her father out of the lab. She rolled a dozen times on the ground and hid behind a large rock in front of the laboratory building. She saw that her father was running back. And then, there was no then. She watched helplessly as everything turned to ash in front of her. The aftermath of the explosion was extremely powerful, and the magnetic field at the scene changed dramatically. She still remembered the shock wave that almost penetrated her brain. It was not a shock wave that could erupt in a laboratory. Song Jining opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Gu Nianji, then at Chen Lai. What happened? Tell me. Madam, why don't I call Hua Xiao over and let him tell you? Chen Lai thought about it. Song Jining had participated in the military's top-secret experiment. For 16 years, the experiment had remained the military's top secret. No other experiment had surpassed its importance, and no one had been able to repeat the experiment. Bai Jini, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, had spent 16 years trying to recreate the experiment, but hadn't even begun. Now that Song Jining was awake and seemed to have memories from 16 years ago, this was already the best news the Imperial Army had received in 16 years. But this information should be kept in Hua Xiaoheng's hands. Chen Lai tugged at Gu Nianji's sleeve and gave her a look. Call Hua Xiao over. Gu Nianji nodded and smiled at Song Jining. Please wait a moment, madam. We'll call Hua Xiao over and all your questions will be answered. Hua Xiao. Song Jining frowned. Is it Guanqin? Where is he? Gu Nianji was speechless. No way. She still didn't remember she had a son. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth. Madam, Hua Xiao is your son. Your biological son. Hua Xiaoheng, have you forgotten? Chen Lai didn't even have time to stop her. He angrily pulled Gu Nianji to the side and growled, Why are you saying it now? Madam just woke up, you can't agitate her like this. But she does have a son. Gu Nianji felt wronged. It's fine if she didn't remember before, but now she remembers she has a husband. Is it strange to have a son? She was feeling indignant for Hua Xiaoheng. Song Jining couldn't forget him when she was sick or even after she recovered. Before Chen Lai could glare at Gu Nianji again, Song Jining whispered from behind them, Xiaoheng? He's only 12, right? What do you want him for? Gu Nianji was speechless. Chen Lai was speechless. They looked at each other and turned to Song Jining. Madam, you remembered wrong. Hua Xiao is already 28 this year. Chen Lai pushed Gu Nianji out. Hurry and call Hua Xiao in. Gu Nianji didn't waste any more time and quickly ran out of operating room B to the corner of the living room. She saw Hua Xiaoheng coming down the stairs from the second floor. He stood tall and straight, wearing a white shirt. The buttons on his chest were neatly buttoned, and the first button of his collar was unbuttoned, revealing his neck and a little bit of his collarbone below his neck. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing a small section of his muscular arms. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his military pants as he slowly walked down the stairs. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and had long legs. He was a natural clothes rack, so no matter what he wore, he would always look indescribable. He had an aura of abstinence that kept people away from him, but at the same time, he attracted people's attention. Gu Nianji liked him immensely when she saw him like this. She ran to the stairs and took his arm. Hua Xiao. Good news. Hurry and come with me. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng responded dryly and discreetly removed his arm from Gu Nianji's embrace. Walk properly. Gu Nianji blinked but didn't mind. She happily walked beside Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, Hua Xiao, hurry and go to operating room B. There's a big surprise. Hua Xiaoheng paused and looked at Gu Nianji. What is it? He knew that Song Jining needed 7 days to wake up. It had only been 3 days, so it couldn't be about Song Jining. Gu Nianji kept him in suspense. You'll know when you see it. Hua Xiaoheng followed her to operating room B and saw Chen Lai push the door open. Hua Xiao, you're finally here. Hurry and go in. Oh no. I can't take it. Your mother is too amazing. No wonder she was a genius all those years ago. I think she's still a super genius who surpasses normal geniuses by leaps and bounds. Damn it. Why didn't I know that the human body's meridians had specific routes that could be checked? Huashao, didn't your mother study high-energy physics? How did she dabble in medicine? Chen Lai, the medical genius, seemed to have met his match for the first time in a decade. He was sweating profusely from the questions and almost ran away. Huashaoheng's footsteps stopped at the door of operating room B. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. What did you say? My mother is awake. Only 3 days. Didn't you say it would take at least 7 days? It was the second half of the night. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone. P.S. I'll go to the group tonight to wish everyone a happy holiday. Mwah. Chapter 236. Sigh, I was wrong, but it's not a big deal. It's actually my first time doing this kind of surgery, so it's normal to make a mistake. Chen Lai boasted shamelessly as he stepped away from the door. Go in, Mrs. Song is waiting for you inside. He looked like he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. Huashaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood quietly at the door of operating room B for a while. Chen Lai gave Gu Nianji a look, and they nodded at the same time. They snuck out of operating room A-B and ran out the door, closing it tightly behind them. Is this okay? Gu Nianji looked around with lingering fear. No one else saw, right? There are cameras and recording equipment in the public areas of this official residence. Chen Lai looked straight ahead and smiled. His voice was very quiet, but Gu Nianji was standing close to him and heard him. So it's true. Gu Nianji mumbled, then stopped mumbling. You said you wanted to analyze the data with me. Hurry up and go, don't just stand there. Chen Lai pushed Gu Nianji's shoulder and ushered her to the small office on the other side to work for him. At the door of operating room B, Huashaoheng finally resisted the urge to smoke and pushed open the door. There were shadowless lights installed on the roof, illuminating the windowless room as if it were daytime. A stunningly beautiful woman in a snow-white patient's gown leaned against the operating chair. She tilted her head slightly in the direction of the door, her eyes filled with anticipation, curiosity, and a trace of apprehension. This was how he remembered his mother. Huashaoheng calmed down. He walked in and closed the door gently behind him. Song Jining looked up to see a tall, dignified man walk in. When he looked up at her, she was momentarily dazed. Was this incredibly handsome man really her son, Huashaoheng? In her memory, Xiaoheng was still that handsome, quiet 12-year-old boy. He didn't speak much, but when she, his mother, was too busy in the lab to celebrate his birthday, he would sneak a few stops to visit her in the lab with a birthday cake, just to eat the cake with her. That was all her son asked of her all year round. She still remembered that the day the laboratory exploded 16 years ago was the day before Huashaoheng's birthday. She wanted to end the experiment as soon as possible so that she could celebrate his birthday with him the next day and eat a piece of birthday cake together. He didn't expect that 16 years would pass just like that. The boy from back then had grown into a mature and steady young man, completely different from what she remembered. Huashaoheng walked over slowly and sat on a soft chair beside the operating chair. His expression had already returned to normal. He nodded at Song Jining. Madam Song is awake. Song Jining's eyes widened when she heard Mrs. Song. She stared at Huashaoheng for a long time before she laughed dryly. Xiaoheng. How big have you become? I wanted to eat your birthday cake with you the next day. Huashaoheng's eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was extremely natural as he said. Mother, you remember? Yes. Song Jining reached out to touch Huashaoheng's head, but Huashaoheng sat there motionlessly and had no intention of moving closer. She could only shyly withdraw her hand and look at him almost greedily. She asked again, how big have you become? Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly. 16 years. Of course I've grown up. He then added, Mother, you must have suffered all these years. Suffered? Song Jining tilted her head and asked in confusion, You mean I was injured and ill for so many years? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. So this was the surprise Chen Lai had mentioned. Although Song Jining had woken up, she had forgotten what had happened in the past 16 years. Hua Xiaoheng's thoughts only wavered for a moment before he quickly calmed down and remembered something else. If Song Jining could remember what had happened before the accident in the laboratory when she was awake, then wouldn't the military be able to find the real reason for the failed experiment 16 years ago? No wonder Chen Lai had taken Gu Nianji with him when he left the operating room, leaving only the mother and son. In other words, Chen Lai was expressing that he didn't want to know about what had happened all those years ago and didn't need to know. What had happened all those years ago was a military secret and also a secret of the laboratory. It should have been shared between Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining. Hua Xiaoheng actually thought even further than Chen Lai. He knew that news of Song Jining waking up would spread after the new year at the latest. At that time, countless people would try their best to get Song Jining away. Song Jining's only use to those people was the accident in her father's laboratory all those years ago. If that part of her memory was intact, not only would she be able to unravel many of the secrets in their hearts, but she might also be able to repeat the parameters of the experiment and restart the top-secret experiment all those years ago. The latter was far more useful than the former. How could any experiment not fail? The military understood this very well. In order to make the experiment succeed, they were even willing to disregard what had happened in the past. As long as someone could reconstruct the experiment and make it a success, they would be able to tolerate and whitewash their mistakes, no matter how big the mistake. So in order to divert the attention of those people from Song Jining, Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind sharing some of the firepower with her. He was very decisive, and had already made up his mind. Ever since Mother was injured in the last experiment, she had a strange illness. She only had memories of before she was 18 years old. Every day after that, you would forget what happened the day before, so your memories were stuck at 18 years old. Hua Xiaoheng briefly explained Song Jining's illness for the past 16 years. Song Jining listened with a frown and murmured, So that's how it is. So that's how it is. It seems that the magnetic field was indeed extraordinary. She was the only experimenter who had survived the sudden explosion of the strong magnetic field, so she was also the only person alive to feel the consequences of the strong magnetic field. We don't know exactly why it happened, either. At one point, the doctor diagnosed that Mother had suffered a serious setback and shock, so she was suffering from a serious mental illness. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Song Jining's dry lips and stood up calmly. He poured Song Jining a glass of water and placed it in her hand. So Bai Jini volunteered to be a part-time psychiatrist to treat Mother's mental illness. Bai Jini. Song Jining held the glass of water with both hands, slightly startled. My university classmate, Bai Jini. The Bai Jini who used to come to our house. Yes, that's her. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said expressionlessly, She's now Father's girlfriend, officially his girlfriend. Song Jining straightened her back and sat on the operating chair. When she heard Hua Xiaoheng's words, for a few seconds, she felt like her brain was completely empty, like an empty box with nothing inside. But soon, tens of thousands of bees burrowed in and buzzed inside, making her dizzy, and her expression changed again and again. If Chen Lai were here, he would never have allowed Hua Xiaoheng to say so much to agitate Song Jining. But in Hua Xiaoheng's opinion, his mother had always been a strong woman. Hiding these things from her was the greatest harm to her. I didn't hear what you said just now clearly. Can you say it again? Song Jining elegantly placed the glass of water on the small table next to the operating chair. Although her face was still pale, there was not much change. Is your father still a soldier? Of course, he's already a general now. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his eyes. Also, he divorced mother 10 years ago. This is the first night watch. Dear friends, hurry up and give me your monthly and recommendation votes. I went to the group yesterday to send red packets to wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival, but I couldn't send red packets because of that scheming boy Tencent. In the end, I had no choice but to agree to the girls' request and make it up to them today. So there will be 3 nights today. The second night watch will be at 1:00 in the afternoon and the third night watch will be at 7:00 in the evening. It can be considered a Mid-Autumn festival gift for everyone. P.S. Thank you, Mo Chenjuan, for the gift yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 237. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else after he finished. He just sat quietly next to Song Jining, arms crossed, eyes straight ahead. In his mind, however, he was thinking about how to protect Song Jining. He couldn't let Bai Genie keep pestering Song Jining. He had to remove Bai Genie's name from the military's secret documents. Song Jining had just woken up. Time was like a joke to her. She was now the sleeping beauty who had woken up to find the person beside her had changed beyond recognition. Of course, Sleeping Beauty had a prince to kiss her awake, but her prince had given her another nightmare after she had woken up. Song Jining's eyes dimmed. She slowly raised her hand and rubbed her temples. She slowly closed her eyes and didn't say anything. Operating room B was quiet. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. The air was a little heavy. Chen Lai and Gu Nianji were in the small study on the other side, organizing data and information. Suddenly, a small program on Chen Lai's computer began to beep. Gu Nianji, who had been processing data on his computer, jumped in shock and quickly called him over. Brother Chen, look, what's going on? Chen Lai looked up from a pile of books that were as thick as bricks and looked at Gu Nianji blankly. Then he heard the beeping sound coming from the computer across from him. He jumped up in shock and threw his books away in a flurry. He rushed over to Gu Nianji's computer and stuck his head out to look. Oh no! Something's wrong with Mrs. Song. Chen Lai's heart sank. He turned and ran towards the operating room. Gu Nianji quickly glanced at the beeping program and confirmed it was an alarm. It was probably connected to the equipment in the operating room. If the data on the other side exceeded a certain threshold, it would sound an alarm to alert Chen Lai. She dropped the data she had been processing and ran over. Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao. Open the door. What happened? Chen Lai banged on the door of operating room B, anxious to get in. Gu Nianji stood nervously beside him and couldn't help calling out, Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao. Is Mrs. Song okay? The door to operating room B suddenly opened. Hua Xiaoheng stood expressionlessly behind the door and asked, What are you doing? My program sounded an alarm just now. Something must have happened with Mrs. Song. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called the police. Chen Lai desperately squeezed in to see. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji, and she nodded. It's a small alarm program. It's connected to the equipment here. Mrs. Song's data must have exceeded the threshold that her body can handle. That's why it sounded the alarm and alerted the doctor to the patient's condition. That's right. Chen Lai nodded in agreement. Then, as if remembering something, he jerked his head around to look at Gu Nianji. How did you know? You peeked at my program. Since when did I peek? Your program will jump out by itself, and I'll look at it openly. Gu Nianji poked Chen Lai's shoulder with her finger, displeased. Brother Chen, the data is obvious. It's common sense, okay? Chen Lai pouted. Gu Nianji had dealt him another blow after Song Jining had dealt him a blow today. Why was everyone in this family a genius? How could he let others live? All Chen Lai wanted to do was squat in the corner and draw circles to express his resentment. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and opened the door. Go in and take a look. Chen Lai rushed in and went straight to the medical equipment next to Song Jinning's operating chair. Gu Nianji also wanted to go in, but Hu Xiaoheng blocked her way. She went left, and Hu Xiaoheng stood left. She went right, and Hu Xiaoheng stood right. He blocked her way. Gu Nianji was confused. Hu Xiao, what are you doing? Let me go in and see Mrs. Song, okay? She used so much of my bone marrow, I have the right to see the results of my medical treatment, right? Your medical treatment results. Does that mean Chen Lai agreed? Hu Xiaoheng mocked her calmly and turned to sit on the couch by the door. He crossed his legs and looked up at her. Come and sit. Gu Nianji turned to look at operating room B, and then at Hu Xiaoheng. Although Hu Xiaoheng's expression was the same as usual, she still felt that something was wrong with him. It was just that the feeling was deeply hidden, and most people couldn't sense it. Gu Nianji was only responding based on her intuition, which had been with him for the past 6 years. She slowly walked over and sat next to Hu Xiaoheng. She whispered, Hu Xiao, what happened just now? I just told my mother about the major events that happened in the past 16 years. She probably couldn't take it. Hu Xiaoheng sighed. Was he being too demanding? Or was his mother not as strong as she used to be? Gu Nianji understood what Hu Xiaoheng was implying. She thought about it and said, it's not that you're being too demanding, and it's not that Mrs. Song isn't as strong as she used to be. I think you're being too hasty. Perhaps Mrs. Song's physical condition hasn't stabilized yet, and what you said had too much of an impact on her emotions. That's why her physical condition changed. This change must have been so big that it triggered an alarm. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and looked very serious. He was silent for a moment, then shook his head. There's not much time left. It's better to get it over with than to prolong it. We can only talk about the future if we get through this. Otherwise, there won't be a future. Gu Nianji rarely saw Hu Xiaoheng so serious. In the past, even though he didn't like to smile, he was still full of energy. He had the steadiness of a young man. But now, Hu Xiaoheng was able to settle his emotions to the deepest part of his heart. Like the ocean, it contained all rivers. Without a hurricane, you wouldn't be able to see the turbulent waves of the sea. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Gu Nianji racked her brains to comfort Hu Xiaoheng. She raised her arms and clenched her fists. You don't trust anyone else, but you have to trust me, right? Trust Brother Chen, right? Use my great bone marrow. With Brother Chen's brilliant medical skills, Mrs. Song will be fine. That good. Hu Xiaoheng's calm face inadvertently broke into a smile. What if something happens? What if something happens? Then I'll take my bone marrow again. I'm not afraid. I have plenty of bone marrow. Gu Nianji patted her chest heroically. She teased Hu Xiaoheng like a clown, hoping he wouldn't be so serious. Hu Xiaoheng patted her head. Good girl, you're not hurting anymore, right? Yeah, I've been fine for a long time. Gu Nianji felt a tingling sensation on her scalp where Hu Xiaoheng had patted her. It was like an electric shock. She couldn't help raising the corners of her eyes to glance at Hu Xiaoheng. She discreetly reached out to hold his hand. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand without batting an eyelid. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket and stood up. I'm going out for a smoke. He quickly walked out. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and looked at her hands. She couldn't help clasping them together. She sat alone on the sofa and blankly waited for Chen Lai to come out. Chen Lai struggled in the operating room for a quarter of an hour before confirming that all of Song Jinning's physical data were fine. Although it was a lot more than normal, Song Jinning's basic health condition hadn't changed much. This meant that her body could withstand this kind of emotional upheaval. If it had been a normal person, they would have gone insane from such a huge shock when they just regained consciousness. But Song Jining was completely fine. After Chenlai finished his examination, he stared at the data and was speechless for a long time. In the end, he could only conclude that the bone marrow transplanted from Gu Nianji had fused extremely well with Song Jining's body. Not only had this fusion repaired part of her damaged genes, but it had also strengthened her own genes and greatly improved her physical fitness. This result was even more shocking. Chenlai once again decided that all data related to Gu Nianji's physical condition had to be completely destroyed. He couldn't even seal it, because as long as it existed, it could be discovered. The only way was to destroy it. No wonder Hu Xiaoheng had always done this in the past. He had never allowed Chenlai to keep any data related to Gu Nianji's physical fitness. When she came out of operating room B, Song Jining had already fallen asleep because she was extremely tired. Hu Xiaoheng went out for a smoke and didn't return. Chenlai turned off the lights in operating room B and came out to see Gu Nianji sitting alone at the door. He said, "Then you stay here. I'll run the program myself with the data." "You've already written the program, right?" "Yes, it's all written. You just need to input the data and run it." Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hands and sat on the sofa. She stared blankly at the coffee table in front of her. Chenlai waved behind him and returned to his small study. Not long after Chenlai left, Song Jining slowly opened her eyes in operating room B. She lay alone in the dark room. Hu Xiaoheng's words kept echoing in her mind. "He divorced you 10 years ago. This is today's overtime and second night watch. It's a gift for everyone for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone, kiss me. Everyone, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes." The third night watch was 7 p.m. It was a normal update. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 238. Hu Xiaoheng stood alone under a tree in the little garden behind the official residence, smoking. His expression was indifferent, and his tall figure seemed lonely. The tree had already shed all its leaves, leaving only the strong branches that flew diagonally into the sky. He had never been used to talking about such trivial matters, but this time he had made an exception to bring up his father's matters in front of Song Jining to get her into the right frame of mind as soon as possible. 16 years of memory was not something that could be recovered overnight, and he did not have time to wait for a miracle to happen and for Song Jining to recover her memory on her own. So he had to focus on the big picture and focus on the important things first. After finishing his cigarette, he was about to enter the house when he heard Zhao Liangzi say over the earpiece, "Hu Xiao, what Jialan has called many times, do you want to pick up?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to pick up at first, but on second thought, Song Jining had already regained consciousness, and he still had to find out her attitude. He said to Zhao Liangzi, "Put it through." A few seconds later, Hu Jialan got through to Hu Xiaoheng. "Eldest cousin brother. It's Jialan." Hu Jialan's timid mezzo-soprano voice came through the earpiece. "Is Mrs. Song feeling better? Are you still mad at me for not picking up my calls?" Hu Xiaoheng ignored her and asked coldly, "What is it?" "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Yes. Yes." Hu Jialan said hurriedly, not as arrogant as before, "It's like this, grandfather asked me to ask you if you're coming back to the New Year party. The invitations have already been sent out, and everyone knows you're back for the holidays. If you don't go, it won't be nice if word gets out." Hu Xiaoheng grunted and said non-committally, "It depends." Hu Jialan could hear the difference in Hu Xiaoheng's tone towards her and his tone towards Gu Nianji. She couldn't help feeling sour and angry, but she couldn't bring herself to lose her temper in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Also, she was still angry at Song Jining, so she didn't want to continue humbling herself. She thought about it, and her tone became cold. "Oh, I just wanted to inform cousin brother. Today, Auntie Bai came to our house, and so did third uncle. They told grandfather and second uncle that they would officially announce the engagement of Auntie Bai and second uncle at the New Year's party. Although Hu Xiaoheng was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback when he heard the news. He calmly replied, "Got it." Then he hung up. He turned and ascended the steps leading to the backyard of the mansion, and went into the house. When he arrived at the door of operating room B, he saw Gu Nianji sitting on the sofa by the door in a daze. Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and said in a low voice, "Go see what Chenlai is doing. You don't have to come here today." Gu Nianji slowly raised her head and stared at Hu Xiaoheng's back. She whispered, "Mrs. Song is asleep. Are you going in too?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything else, nor did he turn around. He pushed open the door to operating room B, walked in, and closed the door behind him. Gu Nianji sighed softly and got up to look for Chenlai. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng entered operating room B, he pressed the switch by the door and turned on the shadowless lights in the room. Song Jining subconsciously raised her arms to cover her eyes. She was not used to the sudden brightness in the room. "You're awake." Hu Xiaoheng sat down. He smelled faintly of cigarettes, and his expression was even more solemn than before. Song Jining closed her eyes and waited for them to adjust to the light in the room before slowly opening them. She straightened up on the operating chair. "I wasn't asleep." She sighed. "I couldn't sleep. But I didn't want to talk either." "What about now? Do you want to talk?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and finally said gently, "If you're not feeling well, we can talk about it later." He didn't want to push her too hard. It was rare for Song Jining to hear Hu Xiaoheng admit defeat. She remembered that from the time he was sensible, he had always been very assertive and didn't give in easily. "It's nothing." Song Jining smiled. "I was just a little surprised." Of course, it had been painful, but she didn't want to show it in front of her son. What's there to be surprised about? Hu Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. They fly apart when disaster strikes. He was kind enough to endure for 6 years before asking for a divorce. "You think so?" Song Jining was slightly disappointed. "Xiaoheng, you're 28 this year, right?" "Yeah." "Then are you married? Is Gu Nianji your wife?" Song Jining asked casually. She had originally thought that Hu Xiaoheng was already married at his age, and perhaps even had children. However, Gu Nianji was too young and didn't look like she wanted to have children, so she asked hesitantly. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt his body heat up, but he couldn't take off his jacket right now. "Why do you ask?" Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Song Jining. "No, I'm not married. Gu Nianji was a mission given to me by the military. I used to be her guardian." Song Jining replied with an "oh," and said with great disappointment, "No wonder. You don't understand what it means for two people who love each other to become husband and wife. Yeah, a lot of couples get divorced. It's not surprising if they love each other or not." Hu Xiaoheng tried to be as objective as possible. "Then tell me, why did your father divorce me?" Song Jining looked at Hu Xiaoheng without blinking. She took in his every expression and carefully analyzed his every word to understand what he meant. 16 years had passed between them, and they were both smart people. Even if they were mother and son, they still needed time to get along before they could accept each other. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know where to start. Was the ostensible reason for Hu Guanchen's divorce was because Song Jining couldn't live a normal married life with him? Or was the real reason for the divorce because of the love letters that Hu Jialan revealed after Hu Guanyuan's suicide? Hu Xiaoheng didn't know if his uncle, Hu Guanyuan, and his mother, Song Jining, had an affair. He didn't want to know. He only wanted to give an explanation. Gu Nianji should be the one to answer such an awkward question. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng remembered Gu Nianji's eloquence. No matter what came out of her mouth, she could always come up with a flowery explanation. He couldn't help smiling. Song Jining was his mother after all. From his subtle expression, she could already tell that her son had someone else in his heart. But she didn't want to get to the bottom of it. She only asked about Ho Guanchin. Also, why is Bai Genie your father's girlfriend? Your uncle has always been her sweetheart. Even when your uncle got married and had a child, she refused to give up. Why would she be with your father? What about your uncle? Hua Xiaoheng froze. He remembered that Song Jining probably didn't know that his uncle had died in the line of duty and disappeared. Mother, don't you remember? Uncle died in the line of duty in that experimental accident. Hua Xiaoheng hesitated. He didn't say disappeared to prevent his mother from overthinking. It was best to say died in the line of duty directly. Song Jining was shocked. She quickly said, "Are you serious? He really died in that accident?" "I think so, although I didn't find any bones. But I later saw the military materials. The scene was so badly bombed that it was impossible for anyone to survive." Hua Xiaoheng only realized what Song Jining had said. "You mean, the person Bai Genie has been pestering is my uncle? This is the third watch of the day. Good night, everyone. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly." Chapter 239. Yes. Song Jining felt a little embarrassed and reminded Hua Xiaoheng, "Just keep it to yourself and don't tell anyone else. Although your uncle is no longer around, your aunt and cousin are still around. If they find out, they won't feel good about it either. Besides, I shouldn't gossip about people behind their backs. Although Bai Genie was pestering your uncle, she didn't dare to go too far. She's a very prideful person and wouldn't make a scene in public. So just pretend you don't know." Hua Xiaoheng, at this point, Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to rub his temples. After thinking for a while, he could only say, "Aunt is no longer around." Song Jining, she blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at Hua Xiaoheng in a daze. "Not here anymore. What do you mean gone? She remarried." If Hua Xiaoheng's uncle, Wu Guanyuan, had passed away 16 years ago, then it wouldn't be unreasonable for his wife to remarry. After all, the dead were dead, but the living had to continue their lives. In this day and age, women didn't have to be faithful to their husbands for the rest of their lives. No, she committed suicide 10 years ago. Hua Xiaoheng shifted uncomfortably on the soft chair. The direct cause of his aunt's death was related to Song Jining, or rather, they all thought it was related to her. And those love letters, he had thought it was a simple matter that could be explained in a few words, but now he felt like the contents were snowballing. It wasn't something that could be explained in a short amount of time. But if he didn't explain it clearly, Song Jining would be in a situation where she couldn't be trusted. And Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't allow his mother to continue being deceived. Suicide. Song Jining covered her mouth with her hand, a layer of mist appeared in her cold eyes. "I don't believe it. Tell me, why did your aunt commit suicide? Did someone in the Hua family gossip about her?" "Gossip?" Hua Xiaoheng frowned and pursed his lips even tighter. He looked expressionlessly at the instruments on Song Jining's operating chair and didn't look her in the eye. His voice was light and airy. "What do you mean?" His face was indifferent and solemn, completely uninterested. Song Jining leaned back on the operating chair and let out a long sigh. She said emotionally, "How many things have happened in the past 16 years? She had originally thought that Hu Guanchen's divorce when she was sick had made her sad enough. She hadn't expected that there would be something even sadder. Big brother and sister-in-law are gone just like that." Song Jining sighed and closed her eyes. A few drops of tears seeped out from the corner of her eyes. "Compared to them, your father and I aren't in the worst situation. After all, we are still alive, but they are no longer in this world. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. He had not misjudged his mother. As a woman who had been determined to be a scientist since she was young, love was never everything in her life. So it should be fine for him to say the rest of his words, right? If it weren't for the fact that this matter concerned his parents, Hua Xiaoheng really wanted to drag Gu Nianji over to persuade him. The reason first aunt committed suicide was because she discovered first uncle had written love letters to another woman. Hua Xiaoheng coughed and said everything in one breath before he felt awkward. 16 years ago, the year first uncle passed away, the military gave first uncle's belongings to first aunt. Then first aunt discovered that these love letters weren't written to first aunt, but to another woman. 6 years later, she chose to commit suicide and ended her life. Love letters. Song Jining opened her eyes in confusion. When were these love letters written? On and off for a few years, I guess. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, if mother is interested, I can bring them all for you to see. He had only brought the letter with him that said, tears fall from my eyes, I regret not meeting you before we were married. He had originally planned to let Song Jining identify the handwriting when she woke up. Song Jining still didn't know that it had anything to do with her. She waved her hand. That's not necessary. She paused and asked again, you mean your first aunt couldn't stand that your first uncle had another woman in his heart, so she chose to commit suicide? Yes. That's the gist of it. Hua Xiaoheng shifted his seat again. His expression was blank, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had finally finished talking about this extremely embarrassing matter. I didn't expect Luo Xinchue to do this for your first uncle. Song Jining sighed deeply. She recalled her sister-in-law's appearance and only remembered that she was a typical Jiangnan beauty. She had snow-white skin, petite and delicate. She was very virtuous and obedient to Hua Guanyuan. She never even raised her voice in front of him. She used to be old Madame Hua's most praised daughter-in-law, saying that she had the most traditional virtues of a Huaxia woman. However, after she finished speaking, she was a little disapproving. Your first uncle isn't that kind of person. He wouldn't be disloyal to your first aunt. As for the love letters, who hasn't loved someone when they were young? Who doesn't have a few love letters that they can't send out? How many people are lucky enough to have a happy ending with the first person they fall in love with? That's what happens when you're young and frivolous. I don't believe your first aunt doesn't understand this. Moreover, she suddenly stopped talking, feeling that she had said too much. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. His mother's words had a hidden meaning. It seemed like he had to tell her the rest of the story. But these love letters are very important. Big Aunt's suicide and father's divorce with mother were all because of these love letters from Big Uncle. Because first uncle's letters were all written to mother. Mother also replied to him with a letter titled, Tears Fall from My Eyes as a Pearl, I regret not meeting you before we were married. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he took out the letter signed by Jining and placed it in front of Song Jining. What? Song Jining's ears turned red from pure anger. Nonsense. This is slander. I want to sue them. Who said that? I want to get the best lawyer. Sue them for slander. I want them to go to jail. Her hands trembled as she took the letter from Hua Xiaoheng's hands. As soon as she saw the handwriting, her mind buzzed. It was as if thousands of bees had burrowed into it. It was so noisy that she could barely hear anything else. That piece of paper was clearly written by her own handwriting, but she couldn't remember when she had written that sentence. How is that possible? How is that possible? This letter doesn't even have a header. How can you prove that I wrote it to your uncle? Song Jining was so angry that she almost coughed. She patted her chest to calm herself down. She was extremely angry and embarrassed. I've never liked literature or poetry since I was young. I've only liked math, physics, and chemistry. Who could be so good as to make me write something so scholarly? Mother, did you really write this? Hu Xiaoheng raised his brows and looked at Song Jining. He caught the main point very sharply. Because Song Jining didn't deny the authenticity of the letter. She only said that she didn't know about the poem and that someone had asked her to write it. If I say no, the handwriting expert will definitely say that I'm lying. Song Jining suppressed her anger. But I have to say that even if I wrote this, it doesn't prove anything. That's ridiculous. Your father wants to divorce me just because of this letter. Is that true? He thinks that I'm cheating just because of this sentence? I'm not very sure about that. No matter how strong Hu Xiaoheng's psychological endurance was, he couldn't take it anymore in the face of his parents' private affairs. He stood up. Mother, I'll go out first. Do you want to rest alone, or do you want Ninji to accompany you? This was the first watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. It was 7:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you Enigmayanxi for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 240. What could that little girl say? Song Jining smiled. I'll just lie down by myself, you can't say that. Hu Xiaoheng didn't hide anything in front of Song Jining. He smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to sue the person who slandered and forged evidence? Nianji is a law student and is very smart. Maybe she can help you. He paused, then continued in a seemingly casual manner. She's only 18 and has already graduated from university. She's about to go to university to study law. Oh. That's smart. That's an interesting little girl. Song Jining nodded and blinked. She could tell that Hu Xiaoheng was very protective of Gu Nianji. Call her in. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and walked out of operating room B to Qinlai's study. He waved at Gu Nianji. Come with me for a second. He first brought Gu Nianji to the small garden behind the official residence to explain the situation. The two of them stood beside a row of shrubs in the garden. Hu Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and stared straight ahead. He looked like he wanted to say something but was hesitant. He didn't know how to tell Gu Nianji about this. Was it good or bad for her to get involved? Hu Xiaoheng stood there silently. His silhouette was tall and imposing. Overhead was a clear blue sky with the sun, but the sunlight wasn't warm or dazzling. There was a warm scent in the air. Gu Nianji stood beside Hu Xiaoheng and wasn't in a hurry to ask him what was going on. She enjoyed being alone with Hu Xiaoheng like this. Just standing by his side like this was enough to feel the peacefulness of the years. Hu Xiaoheng, on the other hand, was thinking about the past. He was a bit annoyed at first, but his gaze moved to Gu Nianji's face. He saw her dark eyes staring at him without blinking. It was as if they could speak and clearly expressed her attachment and dependence. Hu Xiaoheng's heart calmed down instantly. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket and lit one. He took a deep drag and exhaled in the direction of the wind. He didn't smell Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji didn't care at all. She was infatuated with the smell of Hu Xiaoheng, whether it was the faint smell of smoke between her fingers, or the slight smell of gunpowder and leather that lingered on her palm from holding a gun for so long. Mixed together, it made her feel safe and warm. Jeannie will be getting engaged to my father at the Hu family's New Year's reception tomorrow. Hu Xiaoheng's words were like a bomb that blew away all of Gu Nianji's fantasies. Ah. They were getting engaged. What about Madame Song? Gu Nianji knew that Song Jining and Hu Guanchen had divorced, but Hu Guanchen hadn't remarried after all these years. Moreover, Song Jining had recognized Hu Guanchen even when she was suffering from severe mental illness. If she said she had no feelings for him, Gu Nianji would chop off her own head. There's nothing we can do. Hu Xiaoheng took another puff of his cigarette. His expression was calm. I don't think my mother will go back to you. Gu Nianji was speechless. Fine, I'll listen to you since you're handsome. I just told my mother some things that happened in the past 16 years. My mother is a bit emotionally unstable. Go talk to her, Hu Xiaoheng continued. His eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze swept over Gu Nianji's pretty and delicate face. There's one more thing you need to be aware of. What we knew before was only one aspect of the situation. Now that my mother is sober, many things can be explained differently. Gu Nianji nodded quickly. I'll comfort her. Hu Xiaoheng flicked his cigarette and said casually, my mother doesn't admit that she wrote that letter when she was conscious, so... He looked at Gu Nianji, his eyes dark. My mother might want to find the people who slandered her and bring them to justice. You mean, sue them? Gu Nianji suddenly understood. A bright smile blossomed on her face. No problem. Leave it to me. She was a bit embarrassed. But Hu Xiao, are you sure you want me to help your mother? You don't want to. It's not that I don't want to. It's not that I don't have the ability. Gu Nianji was very confident in her abilities. It's just that this is ultimately a private matter between your parents. If I want to be Mrs. Song's legal representative, then, there were many private matters that had to be told to her. Gu Nianji felt that she was going to be Song Jinning's daughter-in-law in the future. Was it really okay for a daughter-in-law to know so many of her mother-in-law's affairs? She also needed to know how to avoid arousing suspicion. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and glanced at her. It's nothing. It's not an outsider. The words, it's not an outsider, made Gu Nianji feel like she was floating. She followed Hu Xiaoheng back to operating room B on the first floor of the official residence. She still had that dreamy smile on her face when Hu Xiaoheng left, leaving her alone with Song Jinning. Song Jinning looked at her quietly for a while and finally couldn't help but smile. Nianji, what are you thinking about? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Song Jinning's interested eyes and couldn't help blushing. She quickly covered it up. I'm thinking about how to help Mrs. Song deal with those bad guys. Song Jinning cocked her head and looked at her. She felt that the girl was becoming more and more beautiful and friendly. She pointed to the soft sofa beside the operating chair. Sit here and talk to me. Gu Nianji sat down and picked up the lychees from the fruit basket on the small table beside her. She peeled them for Song Jinning. Do you know about these things? Song Jinning had just woken up and was faced with so much explosive news. Even though she was strong-willed and had never been overly sensitive about relationships, it was still a little overwhelming. She needed to confide in someone. She needed to talk to someone about these things. Just thinking about it made it hard for her to breathe. Gu Nianji looked up. Her delicate little face was flushed. She was even more alluring than the lychees she peeled. Her voice was even sweeter and softer. Mrs. Song, are you talking about those love letters? Gu Nianji had more or less learned about Song Jinning's situation from her conflict with Hu Jialan the other day. She was indignant that Hu Guanchen had divorced his seriously ill wife just because of a few fake letters. Song Jinning sighed softly. She looked down and adjusted the blue-striped fine checkered blanket on her body. I'm sorry. I can't do anything about these things. I don't understand why this happened. Hu Xiao just said that the letter with your name on it might have been written by you in a state of unconsciousness. Gu Nianji saw that Song Jinning was in a difficult position, so she decided to be frank. She tried to use the professionalism of a lawyer to discuss the issue with Song Jinning. Song Jinning nodded. I think so. I don't remember writing such a letter before the explosion. She paused, then asked, have you seen Bai Genie? Gu Nianji nodded without batting an eyelid. I saw her once. She's old and ugly now. One's appearance is a reflection of one's heart. People who steal their best friends' husbands are destined to age faster than others. They're fighting with their lives on the line. Song Jining smiled and said softly, "You child, don't say things like that so easily." Yes, 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 I won't say it again in the future. Let me say enough today." Gu Nianji winked at Song Jining, then brought a small bowl of peeled lychees to Song Jining. She put a fork on it. "Try it. It's delicious." Only the Huo family's status could enjoy fresh lychees in winter. Song Jining ate too and stopped eating. "You eat it. This lychee is too sweet for me." Gu Nianji blinked. There were people who thought lychees were too sweet. No wonder she had a son like Huo Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji admired Song Jining even more. "Xiaoheng said that you're a law student, so I wanted to ask you, in this situation, can I find the mastermind and sue them in court?" Song Jining felt disgusted from the bottom of her heart at the thought of someone using such a method to slander her name. She didn't want to keep the peace for the sake of her reputation. She didn't want to suffer grievances and suffer in silence. She also didn't want to repay evil with good after being framed. She was a scientist. In the world of science, black and white were clearly distinguished. There was no room for falsehood. It was the second watch. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Wax. Chapter 241. Gu Nianji's interest was piqued at the mention of how to find the mastermind and sue them. She cast aside her concerns and asked Song Jining excitedly, "Mrs. Song, since you said you didn't write the letter while you were conscious, I believe you completely. Then it'll be easy to find out who tricked you into writing it and using it to frame you." Song Jining was speechless. She was also a smart person and had been called a genius girl since she was young, but why didn't she think it was easy? Of course, maybe she and Gu Nianji were smarter in different areas. Everyone had their own specialties. Gu Nianji knew nothing about particle physics and was definitely not as good as Song Jining. Song Jining didn't know anything about the law, so they were pretty much the same. Professional things should be left to the professionals. Song Jining quickly understood and smiled happily. "Is it really that easy? Then can you teach me how to find that person?" Gu Nianji spread her hands to Song Jining. "Can you give me this letter?" Song Jining unceremoniously placed the letter in Gu Nianji's open palm. It was still folded. Gu Nianji didn't open it and only said to Song Jining, "The first thing we need to do is find a professional to verify when this letter was written. I know you can verify the authenticity of handwriting, but you can also verify the date of the letter." Song Jining asked curiously, "What kind of technology is this?" "There's paper and ink, it's written here in black and white. Take it to the forensic lab and have the expert examine it. They can verify the date of the letter," Gu Nianji said easily. This was often used in the legal world to verify the time of a will. Even though wills nowadays were printed out by computer, they still needed the signature of the person involved to be valid. The time of the will verification was the time of the signature of the person involved. Really? That's great. Song Jining pursed her lips into a smile. Gu Nianji was dazzled by her smile and was almost dazzled by it. Mrs. Song was a real beauty. Gu Nianji sighed to herself and was even more convinced that Huo Guanchen was blind. There had once been such a beautiful woman who had truly loved him. How had he been able to abandon such a woman and be with someone like Bai Jini? Bai Jini was far inferior to Song Jining in terms of looks, character, IQ, and upbringing. The only thing that was better than Song Jining was her family background. After all, the Bais were a famous family with many branches and leaves. The Songs weren't even comparable to the Songs. They also didn't seem to be a large family. Gu Nianji hadn't heard Huo Xiaoheng mention any relatives or friends on his mother's side. If they had relatives, they wouldn't have allowed Song Jining to be treated like this for the past 16 years. Don't worry, Mrs. Song. I'll call the Imperial Judicial Identification Office and personally deliver this letter to them. I'll ask them to identify the time period when this letter was written. Even if I can't pinpoint the exact day, I can at least pinpoint the year and month. Gu Nianji remembered learning about a case involving a will lawsuit. The Judicial Identification Center in the imperial capital had done an identification of the signature date of a will. If Song Jining remembered correctly, this letter wasn't written before the lab accident, but 16 years after the lab accident, which proved that it had nothing to do with Song Jining. If Song Jining remembered correctly, the letter wasn't written before the lab accident. It was written 16 years after the accident. That proved it had nothing to do with Song Jining. She had been suffering from severe mental illness for the past 16 years. She hadn't been conscious enough to write such a touching love letter. Who could it be? It was easy to pinpoint. It was either Bai Jini or Hu Jialan. Considering that Hu Guanyuan was the recipient of the letter, Hu Jialan could be eliminated as a suspect. Bai Jini was the only suspect. Song Jining had always remembered Bai Jini and allowed her to be close to her. There was only one suspect left, Bai Jini. Song Jining was silent for a long time. She seemed to be thinking about the same thing, but she had no memory of the past 16 years. She didn't even know as much as Gu Nianji. It was difficult to come to a correct conclusion. She murmured. Who is this person? What is her motive? Gu Nianji got up to pour a glass of warm milk for Song Jining and handed it to her. Mrs. Song, I have a suspect. It's your best friend, Bai Jini. In other words, Bai Jini who had stolen Song Jining's husband. Song Jining held the warm milk and shook her head. She smiled wryly. Bai Jini isn't my best friend, but we were good classmates and friends. Yeah, more or less. Gu Nianji didn't want to argue with Song Jining. In terms of the means, time, and motive, she meets all the criteria. Therefore, if this letter can be proven to have been written when you were unconscious, you can sue her in court. I can understand the method and time, but I can't understand the motive. Song Jining's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Xiaoheng told me that she's Guanchen now, my ex-husband's girlfriend. But the person in her heart is clearly not Hu Guanchen, but his older brother, Hu Guanyuan. Tell me, why would she want me to write a letter to Hu Guanyuan like that? Oh. Gu Nianji's mouth was now as round as a small pink lychee, and her large eyes with their own contact lenses were also wide open. Although she didn't say a word, Song Jining already understood what she meant. She couldn't help but be annoyed and amused at the same time. Nianji, what's with that expression? Is this news very shocking to you? It was more than shocking. It was simply horrifying, Gu Nianji quietly complained in her heart. No wonder Hu Xiaoheng had told her that what they knew before was only one aspect of the matter. Now Song Jining was providing another aspect of the matter. She had originally thought that Bai Jini had always coveted her best friend Song Jining's husband, Wu Guanchen, and had secretly seduced her husband, Wu Guanchen, after her best friend had an accident in an experiment and lost consciousness. Then she had concocted a love letter to slander Song Jining's reputation, so that Hu Guanchen, who felt that he had been cuckolded, would divorce in anger. Then Bai Jini would take advantage of the situation and get together with Hu Guanchen, but now she knew from Song Jining that Bai Jini actually liked someone else. This person was none other than Hu Guanchen's eldest brother, Hu Guanyuan, who was also Hu Jialan's father. This was going to be a big deal. Gu Nianji couldn't help but lower her head, her shoulders shaking with laughter, as she recalled Hu Jialan's bitter expression, as if she hated Song Jining for seducing her father. What are you laughing at? Song Jining was even more surprised. Did I say something I shouldn't have? No. Mrs. Song, please don't misunderstand, I just remembered something else and couldn't help it. Gu Nianji quickly took a deep breath and suppressed the laughter in her chest. When she looked up again, she had already put on a harmless smile. You child. Song Jining chided her, don't call me Mrs. Song, it's too formal. Just call me Auntie. Oh. Okay. Auntie Song. Gu Nianji greeted her affectionately and reached out to hold Song Jining's hand. Auntie Song, let's put the lawsuit aside for now. After all, the identification of handwriting is not something that can be done in a short period of time, and the Forensic Expertise Center is on holiday tomorrow. We won't get the results until after the new year. Yeah, that's okay. I've already waited for 16 years, a few more days won't matter. Song Jining said gently, but I hope that no matter how long it takes, this matter will not become a mess. Of course. Gu Nianji was also a serious person, and felt closer to Song Jining when she heard this. Auntie Song, then I'll tell you something else, what do you want to do? Although Hua Xiaoheng had said that his mother couldn't go back to him, Gu Nianji felt that she should still respect Song Jining's wishes. Song Jining and Hua Guanchen's matters were between the two of them. Gu Nianji wasn't Hua Xiaoheng, and her standpoint was more feminine. What is it? Just tell me, the situation is already this bad, I won't be surprised no matter how bad it gets. Song Jining spread her hands to indicate that it was fine. Gu Nianji nodded, then I'll tell you. She paused, then tried to speak as gently as possible. I heard that the Hua family is having a grand New Year's reception tomorrow, and that by Jeannie and Hua General will be announcing their engagement. She finished speaking and stared unblinkingly at Bai Jeannie, afraid to miss any expression on her face. General. Hua. You mean Hua Guanchen? Song Jining's expression was a bit sour, but that was all. She was definitely unhappy. No matter who it was, to wake up after losing consciousness for 16 years to find out that not only was she divorced, but her ex-husband was about to be engaged to someone else, no one would be indifferent. Especially this ex-husband, who she had once loved deeply. The stars in Song Jining's eyes dimmed. She had woken up, and her memory was still stuck at 16 years ago, when she and Hua Guanchen were still a loving couple. She had loved him deeply, and he had loved her deeply. It was like turning around and suddenly finding out that the person who had loved her deeply had moved on without warning. The blow was too sudden, and she hadn't actually been mentally prepared to fully accept it. Love flowed like water, but there was no switch in a person's body that could control love at any time. You couldn't make love come and go as you pleased. Song Jining gripped the thin blue striped blanket tightly around her, the veins on the back of her slender hands bulging. Gu Nianji gently placed her hand on the back of Song Jining's hand, and said firmly, Auntie, tell me, do you still want to redeem yourself? If you still want to redeem your relationship and marriage with General Hua, it's not like we don't have a way. She only wanted Song Jining to say, do you want it or not? Song Jining mulled over Gu Nianji's words, as if she had swallowed 1,000-kilogram olive. Xiaoheng told me that Hua Guanchen divorced me 10 years ago, and then got together with Bai Jeannie. Is that true? Song Jining tried to make her voice sound normal, but Gu Nianji could still detect the slight tremble in it. She looked down and nodded, it's true. Bai Jeannie and Hua Jialan both said it themselves. And General Hua is also very close to Bai Jeannie. Song Jining closed her eyes, and a few more tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Her voice was already choking. Fine, then forget it, let them get engaged. Really? Gu Nianji repeated to confirm, and held Song Jining's hand. Have you thought this through? Once the Hua and Bai families get engaged, they'll definitely get married. Then you and General Hua might never have a chance to be together again. That's okay. Song Jining closed her eyes, and said intermittently. No need. Since something like this happened between us, this kind of rift can never be mended. If my man can't give me all his feelings, body, and mind, then I'd rather not have anything. Gu Nianji froze, then happily hugged Song Jining's arm. Auntie, that's so well said. That's what I thought too. Song Jining took a deep breath, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She opened her misty eyes, and raised her hand to caress Gu Nianji's soft face, and smiled. Don't worry, I'll be here with you tomorrow. I won't go anywhere. Gu Nianji adjusted the thin blanket for Song Jining. Do you want to stay in another room? This operating chair is quite uncomfortable lying in. Song Jining shook her head. I have to go to the Hua's New Year's party tomorrow. Nianji, can you help me? Oh. You're going. Didn't you say you want to let go? Yes, I want to let go, so I'll go tomorrow, after their engagement ceremony is over. Song Jining's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. Even though it's impossible for Huo Guanqin and I to be together, I have to make it clear. I can't cheat on him without knowing why. They're shameless, but I'm shameless. This was the 3,700-word first night. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. 7 p.m. the next night. Wax. Chapter 242. Gu Nianji could only nod and agree with Song Jining. Auntie, if you want to go, I'll definitely support you. How are you feeling right now? I'll ask Brother Chen if you can go somewhere else to recuperate. That way, you'll have the strength to go tomorrow night. Song Jining felt her body's condition and massaged her arms and legs. She muttered. I should be fine, right? Although I'm a bit weak, I think it's because I'm hungry. Gu Nianji was speechless. Pfft. She suddenly felt like laughing. What should she do? Auntie Song was just too cute. Gu Nianji smiled at Song Jining. She realized that it wasn't a bad thing to forget the past 16 years. It was all bad things anyway. It was fine if she didn't remember. She got up with a smile and went to ask Chen Lai about Song Jining. Chen Lai was in front of the computer, staring blankly at a pile of data that had just been analyzed. When he saw Gu Nianji, he looked up blankly from the computer and said to her, Nianji, look at this. This data, this data, this data. He repeated the data over and over, his round face glowing with excitement. Gu Nianji walked up to him curiously and looked at the computer screen in front of him. The data analysis program that Chen Lai asked her to create was to input Song Jining's health data into it and compare it with the normal health data of a normal person. This set of comparison data for the health of ordinary people was divided by age. Song Jining's data was very close to that of a 30-year-old woman. In many aspects, she was even better than that of a 30-year-old woman. This wasn't just from a psychological point of view, but from the actual health data. For example, the aging of the skin and hair, the health of the bones and internal organs. These were all well documented. Therefore, when people compare themselves to each other, they will die. When comparing goods, they will throw them away. Gu Nianji looked at the results of the data and covered her mouth in shock. She gasped. Brother Chen, Auntie Song should be 48 years old, right? That's right. Chen Lai's voice was flat as he looked at the data obsessively. This was a miracle of life, a miracle of life. He, Chen Lai, had actually created it. 16 years had actually frozen in time for Song Jining. Not only for her memories, but also for her physical body. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Gu Nianji didn't understand why Chen Lai was laughing so creepily. She rolled her eyes at him and bent over to place her hand over Chen Lai's mouse. She smiled and said, Brother Chen, this data is too crazy. You should delete it. Yes, I will delete it. But let me look at them for a while. I need to remember them. Chen Lai pointed at his head. Gu Nianji shook her head and stood up. Brother Chen, let me ask you something. When will Auntie Song be able to get out of bed? It wasn't good for her to lie in that operating room chair all the time, right? Can't she be moved to the bedroom? Chen Lai said dreamily, no problem. Not to mention getting out of bed and walking, he could even go to the gym immediately to work out. TSK, at the age of 48, the body of a 30-year-old, and the memory of a 32-year-old. How perfect! Song Jinning's flawless skin, her beautiful features, and her exquisite figure. If she stood next to Hu Xiaoheng, no one would doubt her if she said she was his sister. Who would believe that she was his mother? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at Chen Lai. I'm being serious. Is there really no problem? It's okay, it's okay. Chen Lai snapped out of his daze and assured her. Okay, where are you taking her? She doesn't have to lie in that operating chair anymore. Gu Nianji pointed upstairs. There are a lot of rooms up there. I'll get someone to clean one up for Auntie Song. Chen Lai finally noticed the change in the way Gu Nianji addressed Song Jinning. He laughed. Oh. You're calling Mrs. Song Auntie. So intimate. Did Hu Xiao tell you to call her that? No, Auntie told me to call her that. Gu Nianji was very pleased with herself. She cradled her face with both hands and said, I'm just very likable. Yes, who wouldn't like you? Chen Lai narrowed his eyes and looked Gu Nianji up and down. He also coveted Gu Nianji's health data. If only he could get Gu Nianji to research for him, but the thought only flashed through Chen Lai's mind for a moment before he immediately squashed it. Gu Nianji herself wasn't scary, of course. What was scary was the powerful war machine behind her. Whoever dared to capture Gu Nianji and put her in a lab to research would have to face Hu Xiaoheng's wrath. Chen Lai also pitied Gu Nianji. He was obsessed with medicine, but that didn't mean he was a Frankenstein without a bottom line. Bah. What's with that look? Gu Nianji knocked Chen Lai's head with disdain. Okay, I'll go look for Hu Xiao. You go check on Auntie Song. We'll move her out later. Chen Lai agreed and took the equipment to check on Song Jinning one last time. Gu Nianji found Hu Xiaoheng in the study on the second floor. She didn't dare go in alone. Instead, she knocked on the door. Hu Xiao, it's Nianji. Can I come in? Come in. Hu Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice came from the study. Gu Nianji pushed the door open and said to Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Xiao, we've talked about Auntie Song. I want to move Auntie Song out of operating room B and into the bedroom on the second floor, okay? Okay. Hu Xiaoheng was typing in front of the computer. He didn't look up and only responded. Also, Auntie Song said she wants to go to the Hu's New Year's party tomorrow night. Hu Xiaoheng stopped typing and frowned. Did you say there's an engagement ceremony tomorrow? Then what was the point of going? Did he really have to get it back? Hu Xiaoheng was very unhappy. His lips were pursed tightly, and the curve of his jaw was stunning. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng with infatuation and whispered. She did. Auntie Song said it's okay. She doesn't want to get back together with General Hu, so she wants to wait until their engagement ceremony is over before going. Hu Xiaoheng sighed in relief and continued typing. Then why do we have to go? What's the point? To him, this kind of thing should be dealt with quickly and decisively. Gu Nianji giggled. Of course Auntie has her reasons. She said her reputation can't be ruined by that letter, so she wants to get justice for herself tomorrow. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a few minutes before replying dryly, okay, you decide. He was entrusting Song Jinning's matter to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji wrung her hands in front of her and said sheepishly. Then Hu Xiao won't say I'm messing around, right? She had already come up with 17 or 18 plans in her mind to mess with Bai Jini and Hu Jialan for Song Jinning. No, go ahead. Hu Xiaoheng finally looked up from the computer to look at her. I'll take care of it if it gets out of hand. Great. Hu Xiao, you said it. Gu Nianji clapped her hands happily and looked around. There are cameras here, right? You recorded everything Hua Xiao said just now, right? Hua Xiao, you have to remember what you said. You can't go back on your word. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in his computer chair and said lazily, when did I ever go back on my word? Gu Nianji tilted her head and thought about it. You didn't go back on your word with me, but you did with other people. She was the kind of person who often went back on her word and caused people to lose their lives. Are you other people? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her expressionlessly and tried his best to control himself. Of course not, I'm not other people. Gu Nianji smiled even more sweetly and clenched her fists. She extended her index fingers and poked them in front of her. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze made her dizzy. Then I'll go make the arrangements. Go. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I'll go with you tomorrow. An hour later, Song Jining was placed in a south-facing bedroom on the second floor. Gu Nianji began making all sorts of preparations for Song Jining. She personally came up with a complete spa plan for Song Jining. Not only her face, but her entire body was covered with a Dead Sea mud and seaweed nutritional mask to remove impurities and cleanse and rejuvenate the skin. She washed in 30 minutes and then went to the sauna. After sweating all over, she went to take an essential oil bath. She repeated the above procedures after coming out. She went through 3 emergency skincare procedures in a row. Song Jining had always been a flawless beauty. Although she hadn't had much skincare in the past 16 years, her skin foundation was good, so she only needed a little skincare to quickly glow. Her entire body was like a warm suet jade, exuding a lustrous glow in the dark room. Gu Nianji was amazed. Nature's masterpiece. Nature's uncanny workmanship. I finally understand. Song Jining was embarrassed by Gu Nianji's praise. Okay, you're exaggerating. Nianji, you want to do a face mask too? Here, I'll do it for you. Song Jining was also a very studious person. She didn't want to miss a single one of the skincare classes she had missed in the past 16 years. The two of them laughed and did their skincare in the room. Time passed quickly. When it was time for dinner, Song Jining had 2 bowls of porridge and a bowl of meat stew along with roasted shrimp and stir-fried beef. She was full and went to bed. The next day was December 31st. Gu Nianji woke up early in the morning and went to the Imperial Capital's forensic office to submit the letter. Because the letter didn't have a header and was only signed with a first name, no last name, people who didn't know were not afraid of leaks. Gu Nianji briefly explained the situation and promised to call her after the new year to discuss when to get the results. After leaving the official residence, Gu Nianji went to Sion Square to buy herself and Song Jining an evening gown. Song Jining's evening gown was a carmine brocade one-shoulder fishtail dress. It looked seductive on her mature body. Gu Nianji was wearing a white puffy skirt with pea-green patterns, knee-length boots, and a 5-finger-wide ribbon around her waist. Song Jining turned to see her and raised her eyebrows in surprise. She giggled. Nianji, how old are you? 18, I'm 18 now. I'll be 19 next year. Gu Nianji walked behind Song Jining. Auntie Song, you look so good in this. You look so good. You're full of youth. Song Jining glanced at Gu Nianji's chest and clicked her tongue internally. She was only 18 years old and her breasts were already so well developed. Not bad. Gu Nianji took Song Jining's arm. We can go now. Judging by the time, the engagement ceremony should be in progress over there. Hua Xiaoheng was sitting in his bulletproof car and talking to Hua Jialan on the phone. I can't go. Cousin brother, it's second uncle's engagement ceremony today. Are you not going because you have a problem with them getting engaged? Hua Jialan asked excitedly. But grandfather and second uncle want you to come. What does their engagement have to do with me? Hua Xiaoheng closed the document in his hand. Don't wait for me. let them start. Hua Jialan put down the phone helplessly. She shook her head at Hua Guanqin and Bai Jini, who were looking at her eagerly. Cousin brother said he's busy and can't come. He told you not to wait. If that's the case, let's go. The guests are getting impatient. Bai Jini elegantly took Hua Guanqin's arm. My eldest brother and sister-in-law are all here. There's also General Ji from the military and Speaker Long from the Senate. Hua Jialan's heart skipped a beat. After Bai Jini and the others left, she immediately called Hua Xiaoheng. Cousin brother, come quickly. I forgot to mention that General Ji from the military and Speaker Long from the Senate are both here. It'll be a big loss if you don't come. Hua Xiaoheng briskly hung up. I'm not going. Meanwhile, Gu Nianji and Song Jining got into his car. Hua Xiaoheng ordered the orderly, Fan Jian, who was driving. Drive to the Hua Manor. He added, drive slowly. Zhao Liang's voice sounded over the earpiece. He had interfered with the Hua Manor security system and had gotten all the cameras for the engagement ceremony in the living room. He could broadcast it live to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the back seat. He opened his laptop and received the video signal shared by Zhao Liangze. He placed the laptop on Gu Nianji's lap, who was sitting in the middle. The three of them watched the engagement ceremony that had caused a stir in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. This was the 3,700-word second update. Dear friends, please cast your monthly and recommendation votes. Sweat, I'll be writing it tomorrow. Dear friends, I'm so anxious. Oh, ___. Oh. Chapter 243. On the laptop screen, the Hua family's living room was beautifully decorated. There were white roses everywhere, and the entire wall facing the main door was a wall of roses. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she whispered. Is this an engagement? Why does it look like a wedding? A ceremonial stage had been set up under the rose wall. It was 2 steps higher than the ground, and was originally made of oak. The white roses made it shine black, but it looked like the luster of rosewood. The Hua family's living room was very large, and the sofa and coffee table in the middle had been moved away to make an empty dance floor. The guests were all rich and well-dressed, and all had cocktail glasses in their hands. They stood in 2s and 3s, whispering and laughing. The men wore black tuxedos, and the women all wore various evening gowns. Some revealed their shoulders, some revealed their breasts with a V-neck neckline, and a high slit that revealed their thighs. Some even had lace gowns that revealed their skin with only a shawl draped over them. The jewelry on their necks and hands was low-key but luxurious, and each piece was a top-notch treasure from Sotheby's or Christie's auctions. The man and woman standing under the rose wall on the oak ceremonial stage were undoubtedly the center of attention. They were Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanqin, the director of the military political department, and Bai Jini, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Hua Guanqin was already 50, but had taken good care of himself. He looked 40 at most, and had a head of short black hair. His chiseled features were handsome and deep, and bore some resemblance to Hua Xiaoheng's reserved and calm aura. He didn't smile, but he didn't look sad either. He only stood on the ceremonial stage with his other hand resting on the waist of his female companion. His female companion, Bai Jini, had also taken care to dress up, but time waited for no one. She often traveled around the world, conducting experiments at sea or in the wilderness, so she didn't take care of herself as well as Hua Guanqin. Her skin was already tanned, and had just returned to a weak color. The deep wrinkles at the corners of her eyes couldn't be covered up no amount of foundation or concealer. Her figure was relatively thin, and her modified white cheongsam dress was a bit loose on her. The pair of white bright satin Manolo Blahnik high heels on her feet made her look very graceful and flirtatious. Bai Yueran was wearing a bluish-purple organza gown. She held a crystal glass in her hand and stood beside her father, by Jianqing. She looked at her aunt, by Genie, under the rose wall opposite them and raised her glass in a toast. Everyone, quiet down, quiet down. On the stage, an MC in a black tuxedo tapped the wine glass in his hand. General Hua and Director Bai's engagement ceremony is about to begin. The noisy living room immediately quietened down. Everyone looked at the couple standing under the rose wall. Thank you all for coming to witness our engagement ceremony. Huo Guanchen nodded to the guests below the stage. I hope everyone can enjoy themselves and give us their blessings during the new year. The MC smiled and walked over to them. General Hua, would you like to be engaged to Bai Genie? Would you like to walk down the aisle together? Huo Guanchen was silent for a moment. His eyes were a little dazed as he looked at Bai Genie, who was silent in front of him. He smiled. I do. He took out a box containing a ring, knelt down on one knee, and presented it to Bai Genie. Genie, would you like to marry me? Bai Genie was really touched. Tears fell uncontrollably. She gazed at Huo Guanchen's face and nodded. I do. The audience immediately burst into thunderous applause. Huo Guanchen stood up from the ground and kissed Bai Genie's cheek. He then put a 6-carat yellow pear-shaped diamond ring on her finger. Bai Genie smiled and waved to everyone. The diamond ring glowed in rainbow colors under the light of the crystal lamp. The transparency and saturation were excellent. The Huo family's living room was filled with laughter and applause. The sound of champagne was endless, and countless flower petals fell from the sky and sprinkled on the rose table. After Huo Guanchen and Bai Genie exchanged engagement rings, the main part of the engagement ceremony was completed. Hua Xiaoheng sent an order to Zhao Liangzi to cut off the video sharing. His car suddenly became eerily quiet. Song Jinning's chest rose and fell unsteadily. She used all the strength she had in her life to resist the urge to scream and cry. She thought about the two people she had seen on the laptop screen. They were the two people she was most familiar with, but now they seemed like strangers. She didn't recognize them. She didn't recognize them at all. Song Jinning covered her face and leaned against the window on the other side. Gu Nianji turned to look at her. She wanted to sit over and comfort her, but Hua Xiaoheng stopped her. She turned around and looked at Hua Xiaoheng inquiringly. She pointed at Song Jinning, who was in extreme pain. Hua Xiaoheng leaned over and whispered in her ear. Leave her alone for a while. Gu Nianji blinked her large eyes and pursed her delicate pink lips in disagreement. Hua Xiaoheng didn't explain further. He took the laptop away from Gu Nianji's lap and glanced at the boots Gu Nianji was wearing under the long down jacket and a large puffy skirt that barely reached her knees. Gu Nianji quickly pulled down the hem of her skirt and said sheepishly. It's long when I stand up, but it's a little short when I sit down. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and turned on the computer to start working. Gu Nianji saw that neither of them had any intention of speaking, so she could only recall the information she had asked Zhao Liangzi to collect about Bai Genie in her mind. This was the result of the battle from yesterday to this afternoon. Although it had been a short time, Zhao Liangzi had still tried his best to dig up a lot of things about Bai Genie. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Gu Nianji knew that this was all necessary in order to fight a lawsuit. Bai Genie was indeed a very smart person, and she was also very hardworking. She also came from a good family. Perhaps it was her bad luck, and she was too competitive. One wrong step led to the wrong steps, and she had ended up where she was now. But since the mistake had been made, she naturally couldn't pretend that it had never happened. They drove back to the Huo residence without saying a word. When Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car with Song Jinning and Gu Nianji, the Hua servants' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Eldest young master. Didn't Miss Hua say you weren't coming back? Yes, I changed my mind. Hua Xiaoheng boasted shamelessly. He turned to look at Gu Nianji. You go in with my mother first. Gu Nianji nodded and took Song Jinning's arm as they walked into the Hua manor. Hua Xiaoheng was in no hurry to go in. Instead, he immediately ordered his orderlies to take over the defense of the Hua manor. He also ordered all the servants who used to guard the Hua manor to keep an eye on them. He then sat back in the car and ordered Zhao Liangzi to share the video again. He wanted to know everything that happened in the Hua manor like the back of his hand. General Hua, today is the day of your engagement with Director Bai. 10 years of love will come to fruition today. Do you have any thoughts you would like to share with everyone? The engagement ceremony in the Hua manor's living room was still in its final stages. It was now time for the soon-to-be newlyweds to share their love experiences. The MC smiled and stepped aside to allow Hua Guanchen to walk up. Hua Guanchen and Bai Jini all wore headphones with built-in microphones, so they could speak to everyone without the need for a microphone. I'm very grateful for Jini's 10 years of love. If she's willing to get engaged, I'll get engaged to her. If she's willing to get married, I'll marry her. Hua Guanchen's deep voice came from the laptop's microphone. His voice was a little hoarse and old. He must have been too emotional and spoke very slowly. Tears welled up in Bai Jini's eyes. She walked up and held Hua Guanchen's hand. Guanchen, we've known each other for 6 years and been in love for 10. I didn't know you loved me so much. If I had known, I would have married you 10 years ago. Just then, a crisp clapping sound came from the entrance of the Hua manor's living room, breaking the silence. Everyone turned around and saw 2 dazzlingly beautiful women appear in front of them. The older, mature woman wore a carmine, slanted, fishtail dress. She was so beautiful that no one could speak, and her figure was breathtaking. The woman beside her was very young, like a beautiful girl from a manga. She wore a pea-green and snow-white tunic dress and high boots. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She was so beautiful that she didn't seem real. It was the young woman who was applauding. Those in the living room who recognized her immediately widened their eyes. Gu Nianji. What are you doing here? Hua Jialan was the first to part the crowd and walk over. Gu Nianji didn't even look at her. She spoke to the soon-to-be newlyweds under the rose wall at the other end of the living room. So this is what physicist Bai has been doing for the past 16 years. You spent 16 years and still couldn't rebuild the experiment. You spent 16 years and your best friend, the ex-wife of General Hua, is still unconscious from her illness. So that's how it is. The drunkard's heart isn't in the wine, but in the landscape. And physicist Bai's heart isn't in her best friend's illness, but in her best friend's husband. Gu Nianji was also wearing a hidden microphone, so her words could be heard clearly in every corner of the living room. TSK, you disregarded national interests and seduced Mrs. Song's husband under the guise of treating her. Your blatant abuse of public office for personal gain is no longer a problem with your character, it's a problem with your intelligence. No wonder you couldn't replicate the experiment even after repeating it for 16 years. Someone in the living room couldn't help but snicker. Bai Jini was instantly furious. She clenched her fists and wanted nothing more than to pounce on Gu Nianji and choke her to death. How dare she question her intelligence? This was her sore spot and her Achilles heel. This was more infuriating than saying she had a bad character. Gu Nianji smiled smugly at her. From the information she had on Bai Jini, Gu Nianji was very sensitive to what Bai Jini's Achilles heel was, so she was going to stomp on it. Gu Nianji. Hua Jialan was furious and shouted, "Where are they? Guards! Get them out of here right now. How did they get in without an invitation? Miss Hua, please step aside. This isn't your engagement ceremony, why are you trying to steal the show? Stand aside." Gu Nianji's poisonous tongue could infuriate someone to death. As expected, Hua Jialan's face turned purple at Gu Nianji's words. She wanted to push her away, but a few female soldiers appeared beside Gu Nianji to protect her and Song Jining in the middle, pushing Hu Jialan to the side. Bai Jinie's expression finally changed. Her eyes fell on the beautiful woman beside Gu Nianji, who hadn't said a word. Hu Guanchen couldn't take his eyes off her the moment he saw her. Gu Nianji and Song Jining didn't look away as they walked towards the rose wall on the other side of the living room. The people in the living room parted to form a path and watched in silence. Bai Yueran narrowed her eyes and moved closer to her father. She whispered, "Father and mother, leave first. I'll take care of this." She paused, then said, "Take third uncle and third aunt with us." Bai Jianqing didn't move and whispered, "Don't bother, we won't be able to leave." It looks like Hu Shaoheng was prepared. Bai Yueran's eyes quickly scanned the living room and didn't say anything else. Gu Nianji and Song Jining had already walked to the rose wall and were looking up at the newlyweds on the stage. "Physicist Bai, you can't escape the crime of ruining a military marriage. Let me ask you, 10 years ago, you falsified evidence and slandered the reputation of the seriously ill Mrs. Song. At the same time, you made General Hua a cuckold and caused their divorce. Is this how you treat General Hua, who loves you and dotes on you?" This was the first chapter, 3,500 words. Dear friends, please cast your monthly and recommendation votes. Especially the recommendation votes. The recommendation votes on Monday are very important. P.S. Thank you to Guanghan Palace Master for the gift of Heshabi yesterday. Wax. 7 p.m. the next night. Wax. Chapter 244. Oh my God. This news was too explosive. The guests in the Hua family's living room burst into an uproar. The apparent reason for Hu Guanchen's divorce with Song Jining was that Song Jining had a serious mental illness and was unable to fulfill her obligations as husband and wife. Therefore, Hu Guanchen dissolved their marriage but still allowed her to live in the Hua residence and find someone to take care of her. Because of this, Hu Guanchen was praised by many people for his deep feelings. They said that he was extremely benevolent and loved the new but never tired of the old. However, Gu Nianji's words completely changed everyone's impression of Hu Guanchen and Bai Jinie. What? What evidence? General Hua was cuckolded. His ex-wife was unfaithful to him. That's the only explanation, right? Otherwise, why would you say that you're tarnishing Miss Song's reputation? Although the guests were all top figures in the Huaxia Empire's military and political circles, it was normal for people to be nosy. Everyone couldn't control their curiosity and let loose. Bai Jinie became angrier and angrier as she listened. She was so angry that she almost crushed her white teeth. She glared at Song Jining, who was smiling at her without saying a word. She thought to herself, "Do you think you can turn the world upside down? Back then, you seduced Hu Guanyuan without saying a word. I treated you as my best friend and told you everything about Hu Guanyuan and me, but you turned around and fawned over Hu Guanyuan. If you hadn't taken the initiative to flirt with him, Guanyuan wouldn't have ignored me." The more Bai Jinie thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but sneer. "Gu Nianji, don't get involved if you don't know anything." When Guanchen divorced Song Jining, it was to protect Song Jining's reputation, so he found a random excuse. Now that you've made a big fuss about it and everyone knows about it, do you think you're helping Song Jining? You're hurting her. I'm harming her. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. You need evidence to speak in public. You can't speak without thinking. I didn't abuse Ms. Song's daily life for 16 years, nor did I intimidate or oppress her mentally. How could I have harmed her? Gu Nianji glanced at Hu Jialan's face as she spoke. Hu Jialan glared at her angrily. She had no intention of repenting. Gu Nianji smiled at her and gestured for her to wait and see. Don't change the subject. I'm talking about what you did today. Why are you talking about the past 16 years? Jeannie clenched her fists. Her gaze was piercing. She's the one who's been promiscuous and has an affair with her eldest uncle. How can Guanchin tolerate this? Shut up. Gu Nianji's face darkened. I just said that you need evidence to speak. You slandered Ms. Song's reputation in public again. We will definitely go to court to sue you for defamation. Everyone here is a witness. When the court summons you, I hope you won't shrink back and come out to testify. General Ji and Speaker Long sat in the most secluded corner of the hall and watched the farce unfold with their mouths agape. They couldn't help but look at each other and shake their heads with bitter smiles. Old Ji, it looks like the Gu Nianji that you've been hiding in the military is really sharp-tongued. Speaker Long chuckled. With that kind of eloquence, it's a shame that she didn't go into politics and run for Congress. Hey! Old Long, don't get any ideas about her, or Xiaoheng might tear down your Senate. General Ji chuckled and nudged Speaker Long, keep listening. Continue listening. Bai Jini thought she had evidence in hand and wasn't afraid of Gu Nianji's threats at all. She sneered. Evidence? Of course I have evidence. Otherwise, who would slander her? Really? May I ask what evidence you have? Gu Nianji pressed forward, not giving Bai Jini any room to maneuver. Did you personally catch them in bed and take photos and videos, or do you have other evidence? Do I need to catch them in bed? Their love letters were personally found by Jialan's mother, Luo Xinchue. Isn't that evidence enough? Do I need to catch them in bed? The veins on Bai Jini's forehead bulged. Her expression was very fierce. She glared at Gu Nianji like she was about to spit fire. Ah, love letters. Gu Nianji clapped her hands. The forged evidence I'm talking about is the love letters you're talking about. All done. Gu Nianji's expression changed. Although the conclusion from the Judicial Identification Department hadn't come out yet, it didn't stop her from bluffing Bai Jini. A good lawyer should be bold in their assumptions and careful in their verification. What did you say? Bai Jini immediately turned hostile. How dare you say those love letters were forged? I don't know about other people's love letters, but I know for sure that Ms. Song's love letter was forged. Gu Nianji spoke quickly and didn't give Bai Jini a chance to refute. Think about it. Ms. Song was seriously injured in a laboratory accident 16 years ago. Her brain was damaged and she was diagnosed by the hospital as a serious mental patient. She had no ability to take care of herself. Let me ask you, how could Ms. Song write a love letter to Huo Guanyuan 10 years ago? At that time, Huo Guanyuan had already been dead for 6 years. Physicist Bai, I just said that using such a clumsy method to slander and break up a husband and wife is no longer a problem of character. It's a problem of intelligence. Your intelligence is really worrying. Shut up. Bai Jini's weakness had been stepped on again. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to only use Song Jinning's letter to make an issue out of it. She panicked a little, but didn't completely lose her mind. That letter was clearly written 16 years ago. Why do you say it was written 10 years ago? How do you know it was written 16 years ago? Gu Nianji began to argue with Bai Jini. How do you prove that the letter was written 16 years ago? It only appeared 10 years ago, but you're pushing it back to 16 years ago. Physicist Bai, where's your logic? Where's your intelligence? You don't know the cause and effect, and you're quibbling with me. Bai Jini despised Gu Nianji. Do you think you're blind? Then tell me what's going on. Gu Nianji crossed her arms leisurely and began to tap her feet in time. She wanted to get Bai Jini to talk. The more Bai Jini spoke, the more mistakes Gu Nianji would make. If Bai Jini remained silent today, Gu Nianji's plan would be much more difficult to execute. However, Gu Nianji's plan was designed to target Bai Jini's personality and style. Therefore, Bai Genie would only be provoked and continue to be led by the nose. 16 years ago, there was an accident in my instructor's laboratory. Song Jining was the only survivor. Huo Guanyuan was a military representative at the time, and also died in the accident. The military sent Huo Guanyuan's belongings back to his wife, Luo Xinxue, and Luo Xinxue discovered the love letter between Huo Guanyuan and Song Jining. She endured it for 6 years, and only committed suicide 10 years ago when she couldn't take it anymore. That's why we all only found out about those love letters 10 years ago. When Guanchen saw them, he was furious. He couldn't bear to be married to Song Jining anymore, so he filed for divorce. Bai Genie recounted the events of the past in an orderly manner, and even added some details that Gu Nianji didn't know. Gu Nianji saw that Bai Genie had finally jumped into the trap she had dug for herself. She couldn't help but secretly laugh and spread her hands. So, at the end of the day, that forged love letter was the culprit behind General Hua's divorce with Miss Song. So I'm not wrong, you deliberately planned to be Madame Song's psychiatrist in order to get General Hua, whom you've always had a crush on. Not only did you take the initiative to be Madame Song's psychiatrist, but you also took the opportunity to obtain the secret relationship between husband and wife. Then you forged the love letter to smear Madame Song's reputation, and smear the name of the martyr Huo Guanyuan. In the end, in order to marry your best friend's ex-husband, you delayed treating your best friend, and caused her to live in darkness for 16 years. Physicist Bai, your plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone was not bad. But I didn't expect justice to catch you. You've committed many unjust deeds, and you've brought about your own destruction. You won't have a good ending. Gu Nianji's words caused everyone present to gasp in shock again. No one had expected that Bai Genie would go to such lengths to get Huo Guanchen. Some things could almost be described as despicable. For example, she had taken advantage of her best friend's serious illness to seduce her, and even seized the patient's treatment rights to deliberately delay the illness. This was no longer a simple affair, but malfeasance, chronic murder, and falsifying evidence to obstruct justice. Bai Yueran's face darkened when she heard this, not to Gu Nianji, but to Bai Genie. She moved closer to Bai Jinqing's ear and whispered, "Father, did you know about this?" "How would I know?" Bai Jinqing said angrily, "I asked her to explain everything that day, and she said it was fine. Now someone else has exposed it." What they knew was that Bai Genie had only developed feelings for Huo Guanchen after his divorce, and the two had only officially and publicly gotten together 6 months later. But if the real reason for Huo Guanchen's divorce was because of Bai Genie, then it would be impossible to clear her name. Most of Gu Nianji's words were actually speculation. Her goal was not only to accuse Bai Genie of seducing the patient's husband as the patient's best friend and attending doctor, but also to force Bai Genie into a corner and force her to tell the truth. As expected, Bai Genie was furious with Gu Nianji. She shouted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I have a crush on Huo Guanchen? Don't slander me and spread rumors. You've obviously had a crush on General Huo all this time. You've been secretly in love with him ever since you met General Hua through Miss Song, haven't you?" Gu Nianji deliberately said with finality, "No wonder everyone says to guard against fire, theft, and best friends. Everything you've done is obviously to get General Hua, there's no other reason. You've opened your third eye again." Bai Genie looked down at Gu Nianji below the stage, her gaze sinister. "Listen to me, I've never had a crush on Huo Guanchen before, now, or in the future." "Oh, you've never had a crush, you've always had an open crush. How honorable of you." Gu Nianji clicked her tongue, "Now you're openly in love with him, and you're engaged to him. Pfft. Miss Song must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have a best friend like you." Actually, Song Jining had said that Bai Genie wasn't her best friend, and the person Bai Genie liked wasn't Huo Guanchen, but Gu Nianji still wanted to pin these accusations on Bai Genie. Based on Gu Nianji's understanding of Bai Jini from the information she had gathered, she knew that Bai Jini was an extremely conceited person who cared about her reputation and was easily driven to a dead end. Therefore, Gu Nianji's goal was to use these groundless rumors to force Bai Jini into a corner. As Gu Nianji had hoped, Bai Jini lost her mind after being choked by her words. She saw the disdainful gazes of the crowd below the stage, and thought of how her reputation, which she had built up over the years, was about to be destroyed in a single day. Her eldest and third brothers' faces were livid. She panicked and couldn't help shouting, "I've never had an open crush on Huo Guanqin. The person I like is Huo Guanyuan. Don't you dare slander me." This was the 3,300-word second update. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly and recommendation votes. Especially the recommendation votes. The recommendation votes on Monday are very important. Chapter 245. As soon as Bai Jini's voice trailed off, the noisy living room fell silent. Everyone was stunned and remained motionless in the same position as before. Some raised their glasses to toast, some clinked glasses with others, some whispered to each other, but all of them turned their eyes in unison to stare at the agitated Bai Jini under the rose wall. They almost thought they had just heard wrong. Bai Jini instinctively covered her mouth and took 2 steps back under the rose wall to stand behind Huo Guanqin. There was only one voice in her head, "It's over, it's over." How could she have said it? This was the biggest secret in her heart. It was also the darkest and longest kept secret. It was a secret that only she, Huo Jini, and Song Jining knew. But he was no longer in this world, and Song Jining had become severely mentally ill. She had forgotten all her memories after the age of 18. So she was the only one who knew this secret. This secret had always been weighing heavily on her heart, and had not disappeared for 16 years. Such deep feelings were hidden in the depths of her heart, and she actually longed for others to know about it, right? So under Gu Nianji's constant pressure and sophistry, Bai Jini had blurted out the secret in her heart. Not only did she want to clear her name, but she also wanted revenge against her older brother, Bai Jianqing, and third brother, Bai Changhui, for forcing her to get engaged to Huo Guanqin. Gu Nianji didn't know that the Beis had forced Bai Jini to get engaged, but she knew that psychologically, humans were social animals, and naturally had a psychological need to communicate with their own kind. If a person had kept a secret for many years, they would subconsciously have the desire to talk, just like how serial killers sometimes couldn't resist calling the police anonymously to reveal clues about their murders. Only people who had received special training, such as the Special Operations Forces training, could possibly resist the temptation to confess. For most people, when faced with a prepared confession, almost no one could escape the embarrassment of blurting out their own secrets. Bai Jini's rebellious attitude towards the Bai family's eldest son's threats only intensified her desire to talk, so Gu Nianji's plan worked better than she had expected. At that moment, Gu Nianji, who had just revealed a huge secret, was no longer as aggressive as before. Her expression froze slightly, and she had the same look of disbelief as everyone else. To be honest, if it weren't for Song Jining's miraculous awakening, no one would have thought of Bai Jini's secret, and no one would have been smart enough to extract it out of thin air. Because only when you know the answer can you set up a trap. Outside the Huo residence, Huo Xiaoheng was sitting in his bulletproof car and watching the live video on his laptop. His lips curved slightly as he muttered in a very low voice. "Good girl, yes, the person I like is Huo Guanyuan. From the first day I met him, from the beginning to the end, 20 years without a break." Bai Jini raised her chin slightly and looked provocatively at her older brother, Bai Jianqing. She completely ignored Huo Guanqin beside her. Bai Yueran, who had been closely watching the development of the situation, felt her heart sink. She knew this was bad and said, "Auntie, since you like Huo Guanyuan, why are you engaged to Huo Guanqin? That's too unkind." This was a warning to Bai Genie to bear the consequences of her own actions, and not to push the blame onto the Bais. Gu Nianji didn't want to see the Bais slip away again. Her sweet, soft voice immediately followed up, yes. Why? If physicist Bai has always liked General Hua's brother, then why were you with General Hua for 10 years? TSK, you just said you liked Hua Guanyuan, but now that he's dead, you've changed your target to his brother, Hua Guanqin. If Hua Guanyuan finds out in the afterlife, how can he bear it? So I don't believe a word of what you're saying. I advise you to stop quibbling and change the subject. Do you think I want you to believe me? Bai Genie laughed coldly, and glanced at Hua Guanqin, whose face had turned rusty. I wasn't with him willingly in the first place, huh? Not willingly. Were you forced? Gu Nianji calmly directed Bai Genie's attention to the entire Bai family. As expected, Bai Genie turned to look at Bai Jianqing and Bai Changhui. Big brother, third brother, you forced me to marry into the Hua family. I'm sorry, but I can't do it. She could clearly see the expression on her brother Bai Jianqing's face from the stage, and her heart had already turned cold. No, she couldn't let her brother throw her away like a sacrificial pawn, so she immediately decided to drag the entire Bai family down with her. She knew her brother's character, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon her for the good of the Bai family. Bai Jianqing's expression didn't change at all. He looked at Bai Genie under the rose wall, and clasped his hands behind his back. He sighed deeply, and turned to bow deeply to Grandfather Hua, whose face was ashen. Grandfather Hua, the Bai family is unfortunate, and our family is unfortunate. We have caused you so much trouble. The Bai family will definitely give you an explanation for this. Bai Changhui's expression was solemn as he stood beside Bai Jianqing, and spoke to Bai Genie, who was still on the stage. Genie, you've embarrassed yourself enough today. As for Big Brother and me forcing you to marry. I really didn't want to say such harsh words. You have to know that you're not young anymore, you're past the age to have children. What good would it do for the Bai family to force you into a marriage? We don't even interfere with the marriages of our children and grandchildren, let alone you. Ask Yuan, ask Shuang, and see if we force them to marry into the family. Bai Genie glared at Bai Changhui, so angry she couldn't say a word. She was only trying to protect herself. Couldn't her third brother, who was usually closest to her, see that her brother was about to give up on her? She could still argue with Gu Nianji, but the abandonment of her family was the hardest blow. General Hua, I'm sorry for what happened today. I didn't know my sister had caused so much trouble for the Hua family, I'm so sorry. Today's incident was our fault, and we owe it to the Hua family. We'll bring her back and discipline her properly, and then we'll apologize to you. Bai Changhui spoke sincerely to Hua Guanqin, who was standing beside Bai Genie. Hua Guanqin stared at Song Jining, who was standing beside Gu Nianji, and ignored Bai Changhui. Bai Changhui didn't take it to heart. The Bai family had embarrassed Hua Guanqin so much today, so it was normal for him to be angry. Bai Changhui didn't blame him at all. Gu Nianji had wanted to take the opportunity to drag the entire Bai family down with her, so it would be easier for Hua Xiaoheng to do what he wanted. She hadn't expected the head of the Bai family to be so impressive, and get himself out of trouble again. Just like last time, when the second son of the Bai family, Bai Yuxing, committed treason, it didn't deal a devastating blow to the Bai family. Bai Genie's love affair was even less of a threat to them. Gu Nianji thought for a moment, and looked at Song Jining. Song Jining nodded at her, and Gu Nianji understood. Gu Nianji understood and raised her voice. Wait. She looked at Bai Changhui. Mr. Bai, are you taking physicist Bai away? Yes. We're very sorry about what happened today. Bai Changhui feigned a pained expression. We didn't discipline her properly. Mr. Bai, are you going to drink 3 glasses of wine as a punishment to get over this? Gu Nianji blinked, and pointed out by Changhui's attempt to smooth things over. If 3 glasses isn't enough, then 6 glasses as a punishment. Actually, this is a private matter between Genie and Guanqin. There's no need for an outsider to stand up for them. Bai Changhui jabbed at Gu Nianji, implying that she was meddling in other people's business. Gu Nianji tapped her left cheek with a delicate finger. Yes, I'm an outsider. Alright, I'll find someone who's familiar with you to come talk to you. Huajilan, why don't you ask your good Aunt Bai? She clearly loved your father all along, but she told you that your mother died of anger because of Madame Song. I don't understand that logic. Mr. Bai said that I shouldn't meddle in this matter, but you're the daughter involved. You have the right to meddle, don't you? Everyone turned to look at Huajilan, who was standing not far from Gu Nianji. Huajilan was completely speechless. Her face was drained of blood, and her eyes were unfocused. Her hands were clenched in front of her chest, and her body was trembling. She couldn't even stand properly, let alone speak. 2 servants from the Huo family hurried over to support her. Gu Nianji waved her hand in front of her face. Hello. Can you hear me? Was the shock too great to have scared her out of her wits? Was that all she had? Gu Nianji looked at her again, then turned to look at Song Jining regretfully. That useless Huajilan was usually so arrogant in the Huo family, but when it came to a critical moment, she'd actually shut herself up. How strange, the thought flashed through Gu Nianji's mind. Song Jining coughed and took a few steps forward. She stood in front of Bai Genie, who was walking down from the engagement ceremony stage. Bai Genie's eyes were lifeless as she raised her head. Her gaze swept over Song Jining's breathtakingly beautiful face, and she froze. You. She pointed at Song Jining, her tongue trembling. You are, yes, I'm Song Jining, your fiancé's ex-wife. Song Jining said calmly. Although she was still very, very sad, she wouldn't show any signs of pain in front of these people. Bai Genie, don't be in a hurry to leave. We have to settle the scores for the past 16 years today. Who is she? Who is she? Song Jining. Why does this name sound so familiar? Song Jining. That's General Hua's ex-wife. Didn't they say she had a serious mental illness and lost all her memory? It's actually Song Jining. She's awake. General Ji and Speaker Long, who had been sitting in the small, secluded living room watching the show, stood up together and strode towards the living room with serious expressions. This was the first installment of 3,000 words. Dear friends, please cast your monthly and recommendation votes as soon as possible. P.S. Thank you to 2674282 for the gift of Heshabi yesterday. Wax. 7:00 in the evening. Wax. Chapter 246. Bai Genie's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Song Jining's tone and demeanor were completely different from the way she had been for the past 16 years. It was like a normal person. How was that possible? Bai Genie looked at Song Jining suspiciously and asked tentatively, Jining, what's wrong? Are you having a relapse again? You couldn't cure me for 16 years, but that doesn't mean no one else can. Song Jining smiled gracefully, standing in front of Bai Genie as if they were 2 generations apart. Bai Genie's expression changed immediately. Who took care of your illness without the approval of the military and the Ministry of Science and Technology? That's illegal. Physicist Bai, you should think about how many laws you've broken. Gu Nianji walked to Song Jining's side and took her arm to face Bai Genie together. The court summons will be sent to your house after the new year. Please don't run around, it'll be a national fugitive, and the Bai family will be embarrassed. Gu Nianji's words were a combination of carrot and stick. She refuted Bai Genie's claims and warned the Bai family not to protect Bai Genie. Bai Yuan narrowed her eyes and looked Gu Nianji in the eye for the first time. Bai Jianqing and Bai Changhui stood side by side, their expressions gradually turning serious when they saw General Ji and Speaker Long approaching. What laws did I break? Bai Genie snapped out of her daze, hating the girl who had embarrassed her today. Don't slander me. I never make unfounded accusations. I always have evidence to back up my words. Gu Nianji shrugged and continued to attack Bai Genie's confidence. Actually, physicist Bai, when you officially became General Hua's girlfriend 10 years ago, you shouldn't have been Madame Song's psychiatrist anymore, because your position was not fair, and you needed to avoid suspicion. But you didn't, you kept making up the numbers, and delayed Madame Song's easily treatable illness for 16 years. Since then, you've broken the law. Not only did you violate the professional ethics of a psychiatrist, but you also violated the military's principles of fairness and impartiality. I'd like to ask you, what's your purpose in doing this? If you're not doing this for General Hua, then who are you doing it for? Bai Genie's heart skipped a beat. Her palms were sweating. She clenched her fists tightly and bit her lower lip so hard that it almost bled. Song Jining looked at Bai Genie indifferently, her voice devoid of any emotion. Bai Genie, since you said yourself that the man you love is Huo Guanyuan, I won't say anything else. I'm sure you still remember how many times you begged me to help you and Huo Guanyuan back then. After Huo Guanyuan got married, you still refused to stop and continued to beg me to make things easier for you, but I refused. Did you hate me from that moment on? Otherwise, I really can't think of any reason why you would treat me like this. Haha, of course I remember. I also remember that you used me to get close to Huo Guanyuan and made him fall head over heels for you. A sinister smile appeared on Bai Genie's face. You didn't know, did you? Miss Song. Your eldest uncle, your husband's eldest brother, loves you dearly. I even call out your name in my dreams. Song Jining had never heard such a disgusting thing. She couldn't help but snap, shameless. You dare to spout nonsense like this only because Huo Guanyuan is dead and can't defend himself. Gu Nianji sighed inwardly. Song Jining was too ladylike to argue with someone as shameless as Bai Genie. Gu Nianji pushed Song Jining's arm, signaling her not to get angry. She said calmly to Bai Genie, Physicist Bai, what you just said is legally called subjective speculation. There is no factual evidence to support your argument. Psychologically, what you just said is called a distortion of reality caused by deep sexual fantasies. Your obsession with Huo Guanyuan has already caused you to lose your ability to judge. You're treating subjective speculation as objective reality, and you're forcing it on others. Before Gu Nianji could finish, Bai Changhui suddenly walked over and said, So my sister is mentally ill. Ah, how pitiful. So that's why. Genie, I was wrong about you, Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Bai Changhui was trying to use mental illness to get Bai Genie off the hook. If Bai Changhui was allowed to take Bai Genie away so easily, Gu Nianji didn't think she would be able to stay in the legal profession anymore. She shook her head, Mr. Bai, mental illness isn't defined that way. Please don't change the subject and try to get Physicist Bai off the hook. Didn't you just say that my sister is mentally ill? Why are you saying I'm wrong now? Bai Changhui turned to look at Gu Nianji, his eyes devoid of emotion. I didn't say a single word about Physicist Bai being mentally ill. Mr. Bai, I heard that you're the Deputy Secretary General of the Secretariat of the Administration Department. I can only assume that you're too concerned about Physicist Bai to say something like that. It's understandable. Gu Nianji had almost said that Bai Changhui was incompetent at his job, and that he was relying on the Bai family status. Bai Changhui didn't take it to heart. He nodded. It looks like Miss Gu is very clear about the definition of mental illness. The definition of mental illness should be determined by a professional, Gu Nianji said without hesitation. As for physicist Bai, her symptoms really aren't mental illness. It's a different kind of illness. What kind of illness? Retard, or maybe you could call it a love-struck fool. Pfft. The living room was filled with laughter. Even General G and Speaker Long, who had just walked over, couldn't help but smile. How dare you insult me? Bai Chenghui stomped his foot in anger. I'll sue you for slander. You think you can sue me for slander? What physicist Bai just said is enough for Madame Song and Huo Guanyuan's family to sue her for slander 100 times over. Gu Nianji spread her hands and continued, if physicist Bai is mentally ill, then how could she interfere with Madame Song and General Huo's marriage, cause them to divorce, and steal Madame Song's husband to be her boyfriend and fiancé? I've never heard of a mental illness like that. She turned to look at the others. Have any of you ever seen a mental illness like her? Although no one in the living room actually responded, everyone's expressions made their stance clear. Everyone would believe it if they said that Bai Genie had gone crazy chasing after a man. But to say that she was mentally ill was to take everyone for fools, especially the Huo family. Song Jining looked at Bai Genie coldly, her tone full of disdain. Even now, you still haven't forgotten to smear someone else's name. That's right, people like you are the best at making something out of nothing. How many times did you tamper with the data for the sake of the article? When you were questioned and rejected by PRL, I stayed up for days and nights to help you reconstruct the experiment and get the correct data. That's how you got the article. You've forgotten all that, haven't you? That's what it means to be grateful, but to be hated, Gu Nianji continued to summarize. Physicist Bai is so narrow-minded that she couldn't catch up to Madame Song no matter how hard she tried. So when Madame Song fell into trouble and fell into her hands, it would be strange if she didn't trample on her. Bai Genie's proudest academic reputation had been blatantly ripped apart by Song Jining. She clutched her chest, feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. You're lying. That's not true. I'm going to sue you. I'm definitely going to sue you. Although the rejection letter and inquiry letter were lost in the explosion of the laboratory building, don't forget that PRL has the original copies. They'll find out as soon as they send someone to check. I even remember the journal number and the year, month, and date. Song Jining raised her eyebrows and exuded an aura that crushed Bai Genie. Bai Genie, you can't go around tarnishing Huo Guanyuan's reputation just because he doesn't like you. He's a hero who sacrificed his life for his country. If you do this, not only will the Huo family not let you off, but the military will not let you off either. Song Jining used both carrot and stick to completely capture Bai Genie. There was no way to prove who Huo Guanyuan had liked back then, and it had nothing to do with Bai Genie. Song Jining didn't like the feeling of being absent from the trial. She felt that it would be blasphemy to a martyr if she said anything more. Yes, the law of the empire emphasizes presumption of innocence. Physicist Bai, if you think that Huo Guanyuan and Madame Song had an affair, you need to produce direct and objective evidence, not pollute our minds with your imagination, Gu Nianji said confidently. As for those so-called love letters, with all due respect, I can't tell who they were written to at all, because Mr. Huo's letters didn't have a header. May I ask why you insist that they were written to Madame Song? Gu Nianji didn't want to know who Huo Guanyuan liked, but it was too despicable to use a few old letters to convict two people who couldn't defend themselves. She couldn't let them get away with it. Bai Genie was speechless for a moment. She turned to see Huo Guanchen looking at Song Jining in a daze, and a sour feeling welled up in her heart. She pulled him over and pointed at Song Jining. Guanchen, tell me, why did you get so angry when you read those letters, and then immediately ask for a divorce? They all said it was my fault, but what did it have to do with me? Jelan was the one who gave me the letters, and you were the one who asked for the divorce. I was with you after the divorce, and I'm innocent. Physicist Bai, how can you be so shameless? Gu Nianji pretended to be dumbfounded. You just said that whether it was in the past, present, or future, the only person you like is Hu Guanyuan, and now you're dragging his brother along to prove your innocence. I want to ask you, are you really a pure white lotus, and an innocent person in this whole situation? Hu Guanchen continued to stare at Song Jining, his lips pressed tightly together. His expression was stern, but he didn't say a word. Song Jining didn't even look at Hu Guanchen, and directly confronted by Genie. None of this has anything to do with you. You're that innocent. Fine, as you said, Jalan was the one who gave me the letters, but where did Jalan get the letter you asked me to write? Hu Guanchen was the one who asked for the divorce, but would he have asked for it without that letter? Don't treat others like fools, this really isn't a problem of character, it's a problem of intelligence. This was the second chapter of 300 words. Dear friends, hurry up and vote for me. Mwah. Oh, N_N, oh. Chapter 247. Song Jining knew that it had to be the letter she had written herself. The line, "Tears fall from my eyes, I regret not meeting you before we were married," was the last straw that broke Hu Guanchen's back. Bai Genie's face burned fiercely. Thankfully, her skin was darker and she wore a thick layer of foundation, concealer, and blush, so it was hard to tell. Faced with Song Jining's unexpected pressure, Bai Genie couldn't help retreating. At this point, she didn't know how much Song Jining knew, nor was she sure how far the Bai family would go for her. She could only insist, "What letter? What are you talking about? Don't make things up. If you're talking about the letter you wrote to Hu Guanyuan, I can tell you that the handwriting experts from the Ministry of Justice and the military have already verified that it was indeed written by you. How else are you going to deny it? Are you saying that the handwriting experts from the military and the Ministry of Justice are also fake? Physicist Bai, we're talking about you. Why are you dragging other people into this?" Gu Nianji interrupted the confrontation between Song Jining and Bai Genie. She was worried that Song Jining would say too much in her anger. If the Bai family found out about their plan, they would retaliate in advance. Of course, we trust the handwriting experts from the military and the Ministry of Justice. There's no doubt about the authenticity of that letter. Do you think they're like you, just here to make up the numbers? You're the one who's fake. Bai Genie almost fainted from anger. She had worked hard for so many years, and of course she had achievements. But Gu Nianji's words made it sound like all her achievements in life were fake. She felt like crying. "I said the Hu family's business has nothing to do with me." As she spoke, she turned to look at Hu Guanchen. She wanted nothing more than to take the ring off her hand and throw it at the face staring blankly at Song Jining. But when she looked up, she saw Bai Yueran standing diagonally behind Hu Guanchen. Bai Yueran hadn't said a word. Her expression was calm, but when she saw that Bai Genie was about to take the ring off, she shook her head slightly. Bai Genie's hand froze, and her mind raced for a long time. In the end, she didn't take the engagement ring off. Instead, she rubbed the ring with her finger and said gently to Hu Guanchen, "Guanchen, it was my fault today. I've embarrassed you. But what I said earlier was out of spite. You understand me the best. You know very well why I chose to be with you back then. I have never hidden my feelings for your elder brother from you. I know how good you have been to me all these years. People change. I've changed, and so have you. Would you forgive me if I told you that I didn't remember your brother in my heart and only remembered you? In the past 10 years, we have proven that we are the most suitable." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she listened. She felt Song Jining's arm tremble slightly and sighed inwardly. Song Jining must be feeling terrible right now, right? Physicist Bai, can you please shut the door and tell General Hu these mushy words of love that can't be any more fake? Please take care of our fragile little hearts. Seeing you act in an idle drama at your age with wrinkles all over your face, we onlookers' hearts all crumble. Gu Nianji covered her eyes and made a gesture of, I can't bear to watch. Bai Jini had originally planned to use some soft words to move Huo Guanchen's heart, because she knew best where Huo Guanchen's weakness were. As long as Huo Guanchen was still by her side, even 10 Song Jinnings wouldn't be a match for her. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji had interrupted her. She couldn't bring herself to confess, no matter what. She could only glare at Gu Nianji and laugh coldly. Today was supposed to be my engagement ceremony with Guanchen, and you two suddenly came to ruin it. You're saying it's my fault, what a joke. Bai Jini, don't worry, I'm definitely not here to ruin it. Song Jinning's face was a little pale, but her voice was still calm. I divorced Huo Guanchen 10 years ago. Although I had no memories or feelings at the time, a divorce is a divorce. The legal procedures are all in place, and I accept it. Bai Jini's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. Her expression softened. It's good that you know. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Think about it, with your looks and ability, it won't be difficult for you to remarry. That's my private matter, don't worry about it. Of course, Song Jinning wasn't here to reminisce about old times with Bai Jini. But a divorce is a divorce. You slandered my reputation and got me divorced. I must get justice for that. Song Jinning finally looked at Huo Guanchen, who had been ignoring her all this time. The corners of Huo Guanchen's mouth twitched violently, but he still didn't say a word. He only stared at Song Jinning. 16 years had stopped for this woman. She was even more beautiful than she had been 16 years ago. She was so beautiful that it left people speechless. Huo Guanchen, I'll also say this. Whether it was in the past, now, or in the future, I have never been unfaithful to my husband. Not only have I never cheated on him, but I've never even had a man in my heart who wasn't my husband. Song Jinning said honestly. Her misty eyes shone with tears. She was stunningly beautiful. Huo Guanchen couldn't help walking towards her as if he was bewitched. Bai Jini came to her senses. She knew she couldn't let go of Huo Guanchen. She quickly grabbed him and said angrily to Song Jinning, you're still saying you're not here to mess things up. You confessed to my fiancé at my engagement ceremony. Do you think I'm dead? Didn't you think Miss Song was dead? You swaggered into the room and used treating Miss Song's illness as an excuse to seduce her husband. Why can't she even say a word now? It seems like this is the typical style of the Bai family. Only state officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps. Gu Nianji stabbed Bai Jini with dissatisfaction. Song Jinning also raised her slender, willowy eyebrows. Which word of mine was a confession to your fiancé? Say it, there are so many people here today. Still not admitting it. Bai Jini repeated Song Jinning's words with a sneer. Whether it was in the past, now, or in the future, I have never been unfaithful to my husband. Not only have I never cheated on him, but I've never even had a man in my heart who wasn't my husband. Say it. Isn't this a confession to my fiancé? Gu Nianji giggled. Her crisp, sweet laughter was very pleasing to the ear. She tilted her head slightly and stroked her hair. She said to Bai Jini, Physicist Bai, do you not understand human language? Miss Song made it very clear that her loyalty, in the past, now, and in the future, was only to the man who was her husband. May I ask if your fiancé is her husband? Isn't he? Bai Jini blurted out. As soon as she said it, she knew she had fallen into Gu Nianji's trap again. If your fiancé is Miss Song's husband, and you're still engaged to him, are you trying to be a mistress and ruin a military marriage? As expected, Gu Nianji was eloquent enough to cut her off. Look carefully. Your fiancé is Miss Song's ex-husband. Ex-husband. Do you know how to write the word ex-husband? And Miss Song's loyalty is only to her husband. As for her ex-husband, Gu Nianji didn't look at Hu Guanchen. She smiled and said, Physicist Bai doesn't need to help me make my presence known in front of Miss Song. Shut up. Who are you to interrupt when your elders are talking? You have no manners at all. Bai Chonghui couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke up to help Bai Genie out. Of all the Bai family members, Bai Chonghui and Bai Genie were the closest siblings. Gu Nianji pouted and snuggled up to Song Jining. Song Jining patted her hand, then turned to Bai Chonghui and said coldly, Mr. Bai, Miss Gu is my legal representative. Her opinion is my opinion. Bai Genie and Bai Chonghui exchanged a glance. They had a feeling this was going to be a tricky situation. Song Jining, this is a private matter between you and I. We can discuss it in private when we have time. You're making everyone unhappy. Even if you don't want to get back together with Guanchen, everyone can't help but think so. Bai Genie's eyes darted to Song Jining to shut her up. Of course Gu Nianji wouldn't let Song Jining take the bait from Bai Genie. She immediately retorted, Physicist Bai, you're wrong. Everyone can see that Miss Song has no intention of getting back together. You're the only one who's worried that Miss Song will ask to get back together. It's no wonder you can't compare to Miss Song. At least you know your place. You're not hopeless. I'll give you a thumbs up. You. Bai Genie's blood vessels were about to burst from Gu Nianji's repeated provocations. We're not here today because of your fiancé, and certainly not to ask to get back together. Don't overthink it. We're here because it's a matter of life and death. Song Jining glanced at her coolly, then turned to look at Hu Jialan, who was being supported by the servants. She said coldly, Jialan, come over here. I have something to ask you. Hu Jialan's entire body trembled. She wore a reluctant expression and turned her head away. She refused to look at Song Jining. Hu Jialan, what's wrong with you? Don't you hate that evil woman who forced your mother to commit suicide? Now that the truth is out, you hate the wrong person. Why don't you even apologize? Gu Nianji did not hesitate to expose Hu Jialan's weak facade. You hated Miss Song for 10 years, and abused her for 10 years. If you really did it to avenge your mother, I respect you as a filial daughter and won't say anything. After all, you were deceived by Physicist Bai and thought your mother's death was because of Miss Song. But now that Physicist Bai has admitted that she was the one who coveted your father and caused your mother's death, why don't you hate her at all? How strange, are you really a filial daughter? You tortured Miss Song for so many years. Was it really to avenge your mother? Of course it was for my mother. Hu Jialan was flustered by Gu Nianji's words. And how did I abuse her? I ate well and lived well. Shut up. Gu Nianji cut her off coldly. Don't make me reveal all the good things you've done all these years. The servants of the Hu family are still alive. The attic on the 3rd floor where Miss Song lived for 10 years is still untouched. You've miscalculated if you want to confuse right and wrong in front of me. This is the first 300 words. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Beiji's Ring for the gift of Heshabi yesterday. Wax. 7 p.m. the next night. Wax. Chapter 248. Actually, Hu Jialan's treatment of Song Jining over the years was an exaggeration to call it abuse, but she had definitely neglected and intentionally delayed treatment. But Gu Nianji's words seemed to confirm that Hu Jialan had abused Song Jining. Hu Jialan's eyes scanned the living room. Seeing the shocked expressions on some of the guests' faces, she panicked. She could no longer pretend to be weak and shouted, "How did I abuse her? Tell me clearly." Fine. You're not the star of the show today. Let's talk about it later. Gu Nianji waved her hand and swatted at Hu Jialan like she was swatting a fly. Hu Jialan was so angry she almost fainted again. Her face instantly turned white, and even her red lips lost their color. She looked even more pitiful. Song Jining gently patted Gu Nianji's hand and smiled at her. She turned to look at Hu Jialan and said, I can let go of what happened before. But Jialan, where did you get those letters? Did you really get them from your mother? Do you really not want to pursue the matter of your mother's death? Hu Jialan calmed down and looked at Song Jining strangely. She said softly, Miss Song, my mother did commit suicide because of you. There's no doubt about that. You don't have to try to reopen the case. Really? Song Jining looked at her calmly. Jialan, I'll ask you again. Where did you get those letters? You really want to know? Hu Jialan rolled her eyes. Of course I got them from my mother. Gu Nianji pressed, when did you find them? Do you remember the exact time? Of course I remember. Although it's been 10 years, I still remember what happened that day. Hu Jialan was furious. That day, I came home from school and went to my mother's room to talk to her. When I opened the door, I saw her lying stiffly at the head of the bed. Her body was already cold, and beside her hand were these disgusting love letters. Tell me, if it wasn't for her seduction, why would my mother commit suicide? Hu Jialan extended her arm and pointed at Song Jining's nose. Gu Nianji pushed her arm away and asked calmly, so you saw those letters right after your mother passed away? Yes. And you immediately went public? Of course, why should I cover for her? She had to bear the consequences of her dirty deeds. So what if she was crazy? Luckily, my second uncle was smart and didn't fall for her lies. He immediately filed for a divorce. Hu Jialan was finally able to speak fluently. She had regained her usual arrogant demeanor. Gu Nianji smiled. She had been waiting for Hu Jialan to speak. If Hu Jialan had continued to pretend to be weak and quiet, it would have been difficult to uncover the truth about the incident all those years ago. So she asked calmly, did your mother ever mention these letters to you when she was alive? Hu Jialan hesitated for a moment. Her eyes flashed, and she didn't know where to look. Answer me. Did your mother ever mention these letters to you when she was alive? You just have to answer yes or no. Gu Nianji persisted. She had always had the spirit to get to the bottom of things. No. Hu Jialan was silent for a moment. She felt that it would be more appropriate to say no. If she said yes, who knew how many weird questions Gu Nianji would ask? Then did your mother ever leave you a suicide note? You just have to answer yes or no. Gu Nianji was already acting like she was interrogating a defendant in court. Hu Jialan had unknowingly been led by the nose by Gu Nianji. She paused and shook her head. No. That's strange. Since your mother never mentioned these love letters to you when she was alive, and she didn't leave you a suicide note when she passed away, how did you determine that these letters were your mother's belongings? And that they were the cause of your mother's suicide? Gu Nianji made the final decision. She had perfectly separated the love letters that tarnished Hu Guanyuan and Song Jining's reputations from the cause of Hu Jialan's mother's suicide. Hu Jialan glared at Gu Nianji. She was confused by Gu Nianji's words. It was obvious. The letters were right next to her mother's hand. Why did Gu Nianji make it sound like the two had nothing to do with each other? What had gone wrong? Bai Jini looked on coldly from the side. She spoke up to help Hu Jialan out. You don't know, but Jialan's mother, Xinxue, was a very kind woman. She kept quiet after Hu Guanyuan's death for the sake of Song Jining's reputation. She endured it for 6 years without saying a word. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. She didn't reveal these love letters to anyone until her death. Jialan chose to reveal them in the end because she had lost too much. If you blame her for this, then you're being too selfish and vicious. Are you saying that only your lives are important, but her parents' lives aren't? Bai Jeannie's words were not completely unreasonable. People in the living room had already begun to nod in agreement. They felt that this was a perfect explanation for why Luo Xinxue had kept these love letters a secret for 6 years. Gu Nianji quietly waited for the whispers in the living room to die down. She raised her voice. That's right, this is an explanation. But it's a very far-fetched, erroneous, and misleading explanation. How is it far-fetched? What's more, it's full of mistakes and changing concepts. Hua Jialan had unwittingly moved to stand beside Bai Jeannie. That's the reason. Don't try to please my eldest cousin brother by fawning over his mother. Don't judge others by your own standards. You didn't even investigate your own mother's death. You only think about pleasing outsiders and torturing your own people. As soon as Gu Nianji said this, Hua Jialan regretted it so much that she wanted to bite her tongue off. Gu Nianji's words were especially harsh when Hua Jialan mentioned Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Jialan, I'm a law student. I've always spoken from the standpoint of the law. I'd say the same thing even if you were in court. Bai Jeannie put an arm around Hua Jialan's shoulders and pretended to be affectionate. She scolded Gu Nianji. Jialan's mother committed suicide because she was too sad after reading those love letters. Gu Nianji shook her finger. Physicist Bai, that doesn't make sense. Hua Guanyuan's wife, Luo Xinxue, didn't commit suicide when her husband died. She didn't commit suicide immediately after reading the love letters her husband had with another woman. She waited 6 years before committing suicide. Isn't that too much time? Bai Jeannie was speechless. Also, according to Hua Jialan, Luo Xinxue kept these letters a secret. Even her only daughter didn't know about their existence before she committed suicide. May I ask how you know that Luo Xinxue saw these letters 6 years ago? Did she tell you about them? Bai Jeannie was speechless. Physicist Bai, may I ask how you know that Luo Xinxue received these letters 6 years ago? I'm just making a general deduction. Since they're Hua Guanyuan's belongings, then they should have been given to her 6 years ago. So... Bai Jeannie stammered. So in the end, it's all just your subjective deduction. There's no evidence to support it. Gu Nianji turned around, her eyes sweeping across the faces of the guests in the living room. I can also make a subjective deduction and come up with another conclusion. That Luo Xinxue didn't receive these letters 6 years ago. Someone deliberately showed them to her 6 years later, and that's why she committed suicide. Or maybe they were placed on her bed after she died. So who gave these letters to her? Why would this person have Hua Guanyuan and Song Jinning's handwritten letters? Who would have the ability and motive to do so? Gu Nianji's eyes were already on Bai Jeannie's face as she spoke. She was practically pointing a finger at Bai Jeannie's face. It's you, it's you, it's you. Bai Changhui's expression darkened. He said angrily, be careful with your words, Miss Gu. You can't just say things like that. You yourself said that you were just making assumptions. How could you be an alarmist and pin the crime of murder on my sister? But your sister blamed her subjective deduction on someone else. She made that person take the blame for 10 years. Her husband betrayed her, her marriage broke up, and she was abused for 10 years. Gu Nianji looked at Bai Changhui fearlessly. That person wasn't my sister. Bai Changhui's temper flared and he blurted out what was on his mind. That person wasn't my sister. I see. Mr. Bai, you're already taking sides. You're not being fair, so please don't accuse me of being an alarmist. Gu Nianji waved her hand dismissively at him. Bai Changhui's face was livid, but he couldn't refute Gu Nianji's words. Bai Jeannie's head buzzed and her ears were filled with a roar. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, but she bit her lip hard and didn't dare say a word. The living room suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were on by Dreamy and Song Jining. Hua Jialan felt like she had been struck by lightning. She looked at Bai Dreamy in shock, then at Gu Nianji. She didn't know who to believe. Song Jining sighed and looked at Hua Jialan with a conflicted expression. She continued, Jialan, your mother loved you the most. Her greatest wish in life was to see you grow up, get married, have children, and have children all around you. Song Jining found it hard to believe that Luo Xinchue had committed suicide when Hua Jialan was still a minor. You're still talking. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have died. Hua Jialan was getting more and more flustered. She screamed hysterically, her face ashen. She was on the verge of passing out. Bai Chonghui quickly nodded at Hua Guanchen. Today's incident was too sudden. You guys should sort out your own affairs first. I'll take my sister home now. Hua Guanchen didn't say anything. Grandfather Hua was furious, but he didn't dare say anything in front of General Ji and Speaker Long Gu Nianji panicked. How could they just let Bai Dreamy go like this? With the Bai family's influence, Bai Dreamy would probably head straight to the airport and seek refuge abroad. She was about to stop them when she heard a commotion coming from the living room door. Gu Nianji turned to look. Her eyes sparkled. Hua Xiaoheng walked in his military uniform. Behind him were orderlies and several police officers. A police officer walked towards Bai Dreamy with an arrest warrant in hand. Are you Bai Dreamy? We suspect that Luo Xinchue did not commit suicide 10 years ago. She was murdered. Please come back to the police station with us to assist in the investigation. Bai Chonghui looked up in shock. Do you have evidence? Who dares arrest people without evidence? Deputy Secretary General Bai, the evidence is being gathered. Hua Xiaoheng's calm, powerful voice was magnetic. Gather my ass. Luo Xinchue's body was cremated 10 years ago. Her ashes were buried in the cemetery. Major General Hua, where are you going to find the evidence? Or are you trying to get a confession out of her? Bai Dreamy couldn't believe her ears. What right did they have to arrest her? Where was the law? Luo Xinchue's body was not cremated. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and stood behind Gu Nianji and Song Jining. His tall, imposing figure was like a mountain. 10 years ago, I asked someone to freeze Luo Xinchue's body. I was waiting for the day the case was reopened. This was the second installment of the 3,500-word update. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 249. This was a net that had been cast for 10 years, and had finally been fully tightened today. The noisy living room was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Some people sucked in a breath of cold air, some panted heavily, some flapped their nostrils, and some were so shocked that they even forgot to breathe. They held their breath as they watched this scene. After a while, they realized that they were about to suffocate, so they immediately gasped for air. Everyone remained motionless, frozen in their original positions like wax statues. All eyes were on Hua Xiaoheng, who had just walked in. His back was straight and strong, his side profile lean and strong. His sculpted features cast heavy shadows under the chandelier hanging in the living room, and his handsome, unsmiling face shone with a brilliance that even the glittering crystals couldn't offset. Gu Nianji tried her best not to reveal her infatuated expression in front of everyone, but the pride in her heart was overflowing. Unlike everyone else's shock, Gu Nianji wasn't surprised by Hua Xiaoheng's actions at all. Although she hadn't known about Hua Xiaoheng's move beforehand, it didn't stop her from feeling proud of him. She knew that with Hua Xiaoheng's shrewdness and ability, he wouldn't just let her cause a scene. He had to have a backup plan. You froze Luo Xinchue's body 10 years ago. That's impossible. Bai Genie couldn't believe it, her eyes widened like a cow's. Then who was the person who was cremated? Hua Xiaoheng ignored Bai Genie and pretended she didn't exist. He didn't answer her question. Hua Jialan finally reacted. She was shocked and overjoyed. She rushed to Hua Xiaoheng's side and looked up to ask, "Cousin brother, you really froze my mother's body. Where is it? Where is it? I want to see her." He'd actually secretly swapped a body at the Hua family's funeral and froze it. That wasn't something an ordinary person could do, right? Hua Xiaoheng was only 18 years old at the time and hadn't joined the army. He was just an ordinary student in the military academy. How did he do it? Aunt's body has already been handed over to the police. Once the case is closed, it will naturally be sent back to you for a new burial. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was calm and emotionless. Hua Jialan clenched her fists, not daring to ask any more questions. She quietly retreated. Hua Guanchen was also shocked. He had been silent ever since Song Jining came in. He finally said with a serious expression, "Xiaoheng, what do you mean by that?" "Exactly what I said." Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly and turned to look at the police. "Take her away. We'll talk at the police station." "Yes, Chief." Hua Xiaoheng's orderlies and the police officers he brought responded in unison. Ignoring Bai Genie's shock and resistance, a police officer took out a pair of handcuffs and handcuffed her. Then, he put a paper bag over her head, revealing only her eyes, and pushed her out. Bai Changhui watched helplessly as his sister was taken away by the police and panicked. He wanted to rush up to Hua Xiaoheng and argue with him, but Bai Yueran grabbed his arm. "Third uncle, don't be rash." "But..." Bai Changhui anxiously pointed in the direction of the gate. "Your aunt is already so old. How can she handle it? She's only going to the police station to assist with the investigation. Are you worried that the police will torture her?" Bai Yueran smiled. "We don't know what happened to Aunt either. Let's listen to the lawyer. Plus, her fiancé, General Hua, is here. Don't worry." Hua Guanchen's eyes darkened. He quickly glanced at Song Jining and saw that she was talking to Hua Xiaoheng as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help feeling even more bitter. Bai Jianqing looked embarrassed and apologetic to Grandfather Hua, who was next to him. Today's events have come one wave after another. It's confusing. Please forgive me for taking my leave. I'll come back after the new year to ask for your forgiveness. You're being too serious, Minister Bai. The Bai family is a big family with a big business. It's normal to have a few good-for-nothings. Grandfather Hua sighed with a straight face. I believe the police will give us justice. Bai Jianqing was the minister of the imperial administration. He was the most important person in the cabinet under the prime minister. The prime minister hadn't come to the Hua residence today. Bai Jianqing pretty much represented the entire cabinet and the prime minister. He stood alongside General Ji, who represented the military, and Speaker Long, who represented the Senate. They were the three highest-ranking guests. That's for sure. Grandfather Hua, don't worry. With a grandson like Mr. Hua, the Hua family won't have to worry. Bai Jianqing praised Hua Xiaoheng as if he had nothing to do with Bai Genie's capture. Bai Changhui didn't think he was as experienced as his older brother. He couldn't bring himself to apologize after being humiliated. He turned around angrily and left with his wife and children. Bai Jianqing apologized on behalf of his third brother's family before leaving with his wife. His only daughter, Bai Yueran, was the last to leave. Before she left, she said to Hua Xiaoheng, Mr. Hua, I'm very sorry about what happened to your family. But I believe in your character and ability. I'm sure you'll be able to get to the bottom of this. You won't wrongly accuse a good person, nor will you let a bad person go. You and I are both soldiers. It's our duty to protect this country and the legal rights of our citizens. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Don't worry, Director Bai. Upholding justice is the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice and the police. The military won't interfere. Bai Yueran left with Hua Xiaoheng's assurance. As soon as she left, most of the guests also took their leave. The Hua family's New Year's party was supposed to be an engagement ceremony, but it had turned into a fight between old and new lovers. In the end, the groom-to-be's son had intervened and taken the bride-to-be to the police station. It was an eye-opener for the guests. Everyone left in twos and threes, whispering and laughing to each other. However, when they reached the door, they were faced with Hua Xiaoheng's armed orderlies and personal secretaries. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi stood at the door in their military uniforms. They smiled at the departing guests and said, "Please delete all the photos and videos of the Hua family on your phone." It was too convenient to use phones to take photos and videos nowadays. It was inevitable that some of these high-ranking officials and nobles liked to take nude photos of other people and upload them online for attention. Therefore, it was necessary to inform them not to keep any photos or videos. "Oh, no, why would I?" The guests laughed as they secretly deleted the photos and videos on their phones. Since the Hua family had greeted them face to face, if they didn't give them face, they would become enemies. With Hua Xiaoheng's strong appearance today, the high-ranking officials and nobles of the empire would have to re-evaluate the Hua family's strength and Hua Xiaoheng himself. Because of his profession, Hua Xiaoheng had been hiding his strength in the empire for the past 10 years. He never showed his face. His reputation overseas was much more prominent than in the empire. However, this time, he didn't continue to be a silent shadow like before. Instead, he stood out and showed his existence and ability to the world. This was also General Ji's request. Because Hua Xiaoheng couldn't just be the boss of the Special Operations Forces forever. His future was much further than what he could see now. Zhao Liangzi smiled as he watched the guests walk past him one by one. Occasionally, he would grab one or two guests and say with a smile, "Your phone." The guests he stopped were the ones who had escaped the net with photos and videos on their phones that hadn't been deleted. With Zhao Liangzi, who was a computer genius, these guests couldn't hide anything from him. Moreover, these people's phone numbers were within the Special Operations Force's surveillance range. If they didn't delete them on their own, Zhao Liangzi could access their phones at any time and teach them a lesson. Soon, only the Hua family and a few close friends were left in the Hua family's living room. General Ji and Speaker Long didn't leave. They stood on either side of Grandfather Hua and kept looking at Song Jining. Song Jining wasn't familiar with these two people. She only had a vague impression of them. However, after 16 years, General Ji and Speaker Long had aged a lot. They couldn't match up with the two capable middle-aged men in her memory. Hua Xiaoheng introduced them to her. "This is General Ji from the Supreme Military Council, and this is Speaker Long from the Senate." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Back then, Grandfather's laboratory was built with their strong support. The experiment that caused the accident was also directly authorized by the Military Supreme Council. Our Senate group voted unanimously to approve it," Speaker Long said with a smile. He then looked at Song Jining. "Do you still recognize me?" Song Jining shook her head helplessly. "I just woke up." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat and she quickly said, "Auntie Song just woke up and is still very weak. I was worried that Auntie Song wouldn't be able to hold on after what happened tonight." Song Jining immediately knew that Gun Yinji was reminding her not to reveal her memory loss. This could affect the trial of the case. In order to prevent the Bai family from taking advantage of the situation, Song Jining decided to keep quiet about her condition. She didn't mention it and only rubbed her temples. "I'm really tired today. I want to go rest." Hua Xiaoheng stepped aside. "Then let's go back first." "Where are you going?" Grandfather Hua's face darkened and he asked Hua Xiaoheng angrily, "This is your home? It's New Year's Eve, where are you going?" He was probably so angry that he choked on his breath and burst into an earth-shattering coughing fit. Hua Zhelan hurried over and massaged Grandfather Hua's back to calm him down. "Cousin brother, don't leave today. It's almost New Year, can you bear to leave Grandfather alone?" The Zhang family, who had been watching from the corner of the living room, finally walked over. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, please help Grandfather upstairs." Hua Zhelan returned to her usual graceful demeanor and skillfully took care of the Hua family's affairs. She said to Grandfather Hua, "Grandfather, don't worry, I won't let cousin brother leave." "Stop right there." Hua Xiaoheng took 2 steps forward unhurriedly and interrupted her. He extended an arm and waved behind him, "Guards, lock Hua Zhelan up." This was the 3,100 words of the first chapter. Dear friends, please cast your monthly and recommendation votes. 7 p.m. of the second chapter. Mwah. Chapter 250. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng finished speaking, the orderlies he had brought with him trotted over expressionlessly. One of them twisted Hua Zhelan's arms behind her back and handcuffed her, while the other deftly taped a large piece of tape over her mouth. Hua Zhelan realized in an instant that she didn't even have a chance to explain herself. Tears streamed down her face, and her legs went weak. She could barely stand. If it wasn't for the 2 orderlies holding her arms, she would have collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen were stunned. They looked at each other, then at Hua Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, what are you doing? What did Zhelan do? Why are you locking her up?" Grandfather Hua's expression darkened. They had all witnessed by Genie's ulterior motives, but Hua Zhelan, what did it have to do with her? She was a victim too. Uncle and Aunt Zhang held on to his arms, not daring to look up at the scene. Both of them were frightened by Hua Xiaoheng's imposing manner. He hadn't been home for 6 years, and now that he was back, he had turned the entire family upside down. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie were even more so. The siblings stood behind their parents, looking at the handcuffed Hua Zhelan with pity. If Hua Zhelan had known that Hua Xiaoheng had come back to settle scores, would she still have tried so hard to get him to come back? But there was no cure for regret in this world. It had happened, so Hua Zhelan had to bear the consequences. Zhang Wenna easily bit her fingernails when she was nervous. She looked at Hua Zhelan's tear-streaked face, and then at Hua Xiaoheng's solemn expression. She felt even more afraid. Hua Xiaoheng had come to settle scores with Hua Zhelan for the past 10 years, right? Hua Xiaoheng's gaze shifted to Grandfather Hua. "Grandfather, Hua Zhelan may know something about Aunt's death. To be safe, she has to be detained until the trial is over. Do you want her to be taken away by the police like by Genie and locked up in the police jail, or would you rather have me detain her instead? She had something to do with your aunt's death." Grandfather Hua was shocked. "No way. Zhelan. Zhelan. Let her say it, I don't believe she's so heartless." Grandfather Hua had watched Hua Zhelan grow up and was the only daughter of his eldest son, Hua Guanyuan. He could not let anything happen to her. Everyone in the Hua family was shocked speechless by this news. When Hua Zhelan heard this, she shook her head frantically and made muffled noises to show that she had nothing to do with her mother's death. However, Hua Xiaoheng ordered someone to tape her mouth, so she couldn't muster up any strength no matter how glib her tongue was. As a law student, Gu Nianji felt that she should have given Hua Zhelan a chance to speak. However, Hua Zhelan had been ordered by Hua Xiaoheng to tape her mouth. Therefore, Gu Nianji believed that Hua Xiao must have done the right thing. He must have had a reason that couldn't be made public. That was why he had taped Hua Zhelan's mouth. She rolled her eyes and said, "Mr. Hua has been investigating this since 10 years ago. Grandfather Hua, shouldn't you trust Mr. Hua a little more?" I believe Mr. Hua must have a reason for doing this. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze swept past her face and back to Hua Jialan, who was being dragged by the orderlies. He ordered again, take her away and lock her up in the Special Operations Forces Detention Center. Tell me, what are you trying to do? Hua Guanchen was also angry. He had been suppressing his anger all night and finally couldn't take it anymore. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and looked straight ahead. A lie detector test. We need to conduct a lie detector test on her. Hua Jialan's heart jumped. She could no longer withstand the immense mental pressure and finally fainted. Two orderlies dragged the unconscious Hua Jialan out of the room. Grandfather Hua opened his mouth but didn't make a sound. Instead, he burst into a fit of violent coughing. He coughed so hard he almost bent over like an old prawn. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang quickly massaged his back and rushed to take him upstairs. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie took out their phones and said to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, can we call a doctor for grandfather? Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and finally asked, where's head nurse Zhang? Head nurse Zhang had taken care of grandfather Hua for decades and was the person who knew his health best. She used to live with the Hua family, but Hua Xiaoheng suddenly said he wanted to go home for the New Year on Christmas Eve. She temporarily left the Hua family and returned to her own home. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang secretly looked at each other and quickly turned back to look at the floor in front of them. They didn't dare to say a word. Song Jining finally noticed that there were a few more people in the house. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, and their son and daughter had only come to the Hua family after Song Jining's accident. Therefore, Song Jining had no impression of them at all. She glanced at Gu Nianji, who was even more confused than her. Gu Nianji was even more confused than her, so she could only shrug at her to indicate that she had no comment. Hua Xiaoheng saw the two of them exchange glances and his tightly pursed lips relaxed. He looked up at Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie. Call head nurse Zhang back. I'll take them back to the official residence. He paused and walked to grandfather Hua's side. He reached out to pat grandfather Hua's shoulder. Happy New Year, grandfather. Grandfather Hua looked up at him. This grandson of his had really grown up. Okay, you go back first. But... Grandfather Hua gritted his teeth. You must come home for New Year's Eve this year. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng really agreed this time. His promise was still valid in front of grandfather Hua. Hua Jialan had already been taken away. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and left the Hua family home with Gu Nianji and Song Jining. Hua Guanchen watched them leave in a daze. Finally, he couldn't help but run after them. Hua Xiaoheng had already gotten into the car at the Hua family's large iron gates. Gu Nianji got in behind him and sat in the middle of the back seat. The other empty seat was reserved for Song Jining. But Hua Guanchen ran out and finally grabbed Song Jining's sleeve. When they came out of the house, Gu Nianji and Song Jining were both wearing coats. Gu Nianji was wearing a knee-length down jacket, while Song Jining was wearing a light and warm lavender cashmere coat. Her voluptuous figure was wrapped in a straight cashmere coat, and one could actually see the curves underneath. Hua Guanchen looked at Song Jining with a mixture of sadness and joy. He grabbed her sleeve tightly and refused to let her go. After all the twists and turns tonight, and seeing and hearing Hua Guanchen's intimacy with Bai Jini, Song Jining had completely given up. She grabbed Hua Guanchen's hand and pushed it away forcefully. She dusted off her coat and said, General Hua, please behave yourself. Jining, do you hate me? Hua Guanchen's eyes were slightly moist, but he didn't let it turn into tears. After so many years, the impact he had experienced tonight was no less than Song Jining's. General Hua, why would I hate you? Song Jining raised a brow and tightened her coat. She was still sad, but there was no need to make it public. Hua Guanchen closed his eyes. Jining, you must hate me for saying that. I've always known that the calmer you appear, the more you're hiding your deepest thoughts. Oh. You know that too. Song Jining let out a long sigh. You know me so well, but you still listened to other people's instigation and chose to divorce me when I couldn't defend myself. Jining, do you really think I'm that stupid to believe that you had an affair with my older brother just because of a few letters? Huo Guanchen's voice was very solemn. He didn't want to say it because he didn't want to tarnish his older brother's reputation, but he couldn't stand Song Jining misunderstanding him like this. The only person he had truly loved in his life was Song Jining, but because he loved her too much and cared for her too much, he was so angry when he saw those letters. It was as if the deepest fear in his heart had finally come true. He couldn't face the fact that she would turn around and leave, so he let go early and cut off all his love for her. Song Jining looked straight ahead in silence. The winter nights in the imperial capital were very cold. There was no moon or stars in the sky. The street lamps outside the Huo residence emitted a pale light that shone on Song Jining's pale face. It was impossible to read her emotions. Huo Guanchen looked at her in a daze and said bitterly, "Jining, do you know? Back then, on the night before our wedding, my big brother got drunk and told me personally that he liked you, that you were the only one in his heart. But you chose me. Do you know how happy I was? How happy. How excited. My older brother was a genius. He was my goal since I was young. My parents only had eyes for my older brother, not me. It didn't matter. I also looked up to him and worshipped him. Even if I had to be his follower for the rest of my life, I would accept it." These words had been hidden in Huo Guanchen's heart for decades. He had never mentioned it even when he and Song Jining were newlyweds and they were in love. Song Jining knew that Huo Guanyuan was much stronger than Huo Guanchen, but back then, the first person she saw was Huo Guanchen. Once she saw him, she fell in love with him. She didn't know that her choice back then had been such a strong source of inspiration and support for Huo Guanchen, who had always been in his older brother's shadow. Song Jining turned around. Her cold eyes were hazy under the nightlight, like smoke or fog. "But I never had any feelings for your older brother. To me, he was only your older brother." Song Jining frowned. "You keep saying that you love me the most, but you still don't believe me. I'm useless. I'm incompetent. But with such an outstanding person like my older brother by your side and silently loving you, how can I be at ease? How can I trust him?" His older brother was older than him, but he didn't get married. It wasn't until 2 years after he and Jining had Xiaoheng that Huo Guanyuan hurriedly got married and had a daughter. So when he saw the letter that said, "Tears fall from my eyes, I regret not being able to meet you before we got married," he immediately exploded. At that time, he only had one thought in his mind: she regretted it. She regretted marrying him. After so many years, even though his older brother was no longer in this world, he was the only person in her heart. Hatred and jealousy twisted his mind and heart, and he couldn't control his emotions. Divorce. Only by getting a divorce and leaving her one step earlier could he have a reason to continue living. Huo Guanchen clenched his fists. He was a man, and he couldn't tell the woman he loved about his shameful gains and losses in the past. That would make him seem too weak and despicable. "I see." Song Jining was in so much pain that she almost couldn't breathe properly. Her hands hidden in her coat were trembling so much that they were almost spasming, but she held it in and acted as if nothing had happened. She said resolutely, "So you never trusted me. In that case, divorce is a relief for both you and me. Huo Guanchen, we'll never see each other again." This was the 3,300-word second chapter. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 251. Pushing Huo Guanchen's hand away, Song Jining turned around decisively and got into the car, slamming the door shut. Drive, Hu Xiaoheng ordered immediately. His bulletproof car started up and quickly left the Hu family's mansion. When General Ji and Speaker Long chased after them, they could only see the taillights of the car leaving a trail of dust behind them, drawing a long arc in the night. The streetlights in front of the iron gates glowed white, making it seem like it was daytime in front of the gates. Hu Guangchen stood despondently under the lights, his face twitching and his eyes glistening with tears, but they did not fall. General Ji looked at him and asked about Song Jining. Guangchen, wasn't Song Jining sick all this time? She seems to be better today. Do you know when she recovered? When did she regain consciousness? Hu Guangchen was stunned for a moment, then recovered and shook his head. I don't know either. She was still sick when Xiaoheng took her away a few days ago. So Xiaoheng found someone to cure her. Yes, I have to go see Xiaoheng. General Ji patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's no use thinking about it now. Take care. General Ji and Speaker Long got into their own cars and chased after Hu Xiaoheng's bulletproof car without stopping. They followed to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. General Ji and Speaker Long both had passes to enter the Special Operations Forces headquarters, so they were quickly let in. Hu Xiaoheng had just gotten out of the car with Gu Nianji and Song Jining when a message came through his Bluetooth headset. Hu Xiao, General Ji, and Speaker Long's car are here. Let them in, Hu Xiaoheng said as he accompanied Gu Nianji and Song Jining into the house. Chen Lai came out to greet them with a smile. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and winked at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, how was it? Did you scare them? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, her eyes moving between Hu Xiaoheng and Chen Lai thoughtfully. Hu Xiaoheng's expression did not change as he said calmly, hurry up and get ready, General Ji and Speaker Long are here. Ha! Chen Lai's expression changed, then I have to sleep quickly. He quickly turned around and ran back to his place to organize all of Song Jining's records. Chen Lai and Hu Xiaoheng were prepared for this. Song Jining had been in a state of serious mental disorder for the past 16 years, but she had woken up in just a few days at Chen Lai's place. He had a lot to explain. If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. I'm very tired, so don't bother me if there's something. Song Jining really didn't have the energy to deal with other people. What happened tonight had almost exhausted all the strength and energy she had when she just woke up. Don't worry, mother. Hu Xiaoheng personally escorted her to the guest room on the 3rd floor. Coming down from the 3rd floor, Hu Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji sitting alone in the living room. She had already taken off her down jacket, but she was still wearing the pea green and snow-white silk puffy skirt. Her knee-high black boots wrapped tightly around her slender calves, and her snow-white thighs were exposed under the puffy skirt, like white jade. Hu Xiaoheng looked away. Change your clothes. Gu Nianji looked up and saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng. She smiled. Hu Xiao. She stood up and walked to his side. She lowered her voice and said, Did Brother Chen help you? Help me with what? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her without batting an eyelid. Why aren't you going up? Was Brother Chen the person who helped you replace your aunt's body 10 years ago? Gu Nianji lowered her voice even more and covered her mouth as she giggled mischievously. Chen Lai studied medicine and was Hu Xiaoheng's best friend. Gu Nianji had been wondering who had helped Hu Xiaoheng accomplish such a big thing all those years ago. She thought it was most likely Chen Lai, but when she came back and heard Chen Lai's sneaky question, she was sure it was him. Hu Xiaoheng curled his right index finger and tapped Gu Nianji's snow-white forehead. You're so smart. Let's go. General Ji and Speaker Long are here. I don't have time for you. You make it sound like you'll spend time with me if you have time. Gu Nianji's cheeks instantly flushed. She grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's hand and shook it. Isn't that so? Was Brother Chen the one who helped you? You still haven't answered me. I told you, you're so smart. Hu Xiaoheng's expressionless face finally broke into a smile. He patted Gu Nianji's head. Good girl, go to sleep. Embarrassed, Gu Nianji turned to leave and stumbled up the stairs to the second floor. She was halfway up the stairs when she remembered which bedroom she was supposed to be in. The master bedroom or the guest bedroom? She had been in the master bedroom before, but she was feeling unwell at the time. Now that she was well, could she still stay in the master bedroom? The master bedroom was Hu Xiaoheng's bedroom. She bit her lower lip and ran back to where she could see Hu Xiaoheng. She leaned against the staircase railing and asked in a clear voice, Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao. Where am I staying? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Where exactly? Say something. Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled like stars, and she looked at him with watery eyes full of hope. Wherever you want to stay. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to understand what she meant and wasn't tricked. He lightly kicked the ball back. Humph. Gu Nianji's little trick didn't work, so she glared at him unhappily. She turned around and hung her head as she dragged herself upstairs. Hu Xiaoheng didn't have time to care about her little emotions because General Ji and Speaker Long had already arrived at the main entrance of the official residence. He quickly walked to the main entrance to greet them. These two were his immediate superiors, so he had to be respectful. Xiaoheng, you walk so fast. Old bones like us almost couldn't keep up with you. Speaker Long teased him humorously as he entered Hu Xiaoheng's official residence with General Ji. This is the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. This is our first time here. Your place is so heavily guarded, ah. Speaker Long looked around and sat down on the sofa in the living room with General Ji. If my place wasn't heavily guarded, how would I be able to carry out my work? Hu Xiaoheng waved for the orderly to bring tea and place it on the coffee table in front of them. That's true. The team led by Xiaoheng is our secret weapon, the trump card of our trump cards. We have no choice but to be heavily guarded. General Ji explained to Speaker Long with a half-truth. The military had its own secrets, and not everything could be laid out on the table. Speaker Long nodded. Understood, understood. The three of them joked for a while before General Ji and Speaker Long asked about Song Jinning's situation. Xiaoheng, what's going on with your mother? Didn't you keep saying that she was very sick and wouldn't recover? Who told you that my mother wouldn't recover? Hu Xiaoheng picked up the teacup and blew on it. He took a small sip. As her son, I never thought that my mother wouldn't recover. Who would care about my mother more than I do? Haha. That's true. General Ji and Speaker Long smiled awkwardly and looked at each other. They could more or less detect a trace of dissatisfaction and resentment in Hu Xiaoheng's tone. However, they didn't feel unhappy. Instead, they thought that Hu Xiaoheng's reaction was normal. If he really was like a machine and didn't have the proper affection for his own family, then they also had to reflect on whether Hu Xiaoheng was qualified to take on important responsibilities. That's what everyone says. After all, there hasn't been any improvement in 16 years. It's only natural that everyone thinks that way. Speaker Long also picked up his teacup and took a sip. He sighed. What happened tonight was too surprising. Xiaoheng, can you tell us what happened? Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. I don't know either. That's why I handed Bai Genie over to the police for investigation. To be honest, you think that my mother won't recover is more or less because of Bai Genie's influence, right? She was either unable to cure my mother's illness because her medical skills were shallow, or she deliberately delayed it and didn't cure my mother. That's why my mother suffered for 16 years. If that's really the case, then how many years has Bai Genie delayed us? She really deserves to be punished. Speaker Long sighed heavily. He put the teacup on the coffee table and said, but since she's been cured now, we won't ask you how you cured your mother. I just want to tell you that you have to mentally prepare your mother. She's the only survivor of the experiment accident. The Senate and the military will definitely reopen the accident investigation and summon her for questioning. This was the first watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. 7:00 the next night. Wax. Chapter 252. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back against the sofa calmly. His expression was calm, but his eyes were sharp and persistent. Speaker Long, my mother was a survivor of the experiment accident, not the perpetrator. Please don't use the ambiguous term summon for questioning. Speaker Long choked on Hu Xiaoheng's words, but he quickly composed himself and laughed. You little brat, you want to compete with me on words. The Huaxia Empire's parliament was where laws and regulations were made, so they were good at words. However, although Hu Xiaoheng wasn't good with words, he would definitely protect the people he cared about to the fullest. I have no intention of competing with Speaker Long, Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly. I worked so hard to save my mother, so I don't want her to be treated unfairly. Therefore, I hope that Speaker Long and General Ji can pass on my message to those who want to reopen the accident investigation. Tell them that it's fine to let my mother assist in the investigation, but if they have other intentions or even want to control my mother's freedom, then I'm sorry, I only have 3 words to say, no. Speaker Long froze for a moment, then turned to General Ji and laughed. Old Ji, oh old Ji. You have such a sharp eye. Why didn't you keep such an outstanding talent to yourself? The successor you found for yourself is much better than the one I found. Sigh. He shook his head. He wasn't even in the mood to drink his favorite tea anymore. He tapped his knee with one hand and began to complain. I'm not young anymore, but no one in the 2 houses of parliament has been able to take the lead and intimidate the monsters in the 2 houses. Pfft. General Ji couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea, drenching the coffee table in front of him. Old Long, oh old Long. How dare you call the people in the Senate monsters? That's enough. Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly and said calmly, Speaker Long is right. Most of the people in the 2 houses of parliament are detestable. It's not wrong to call them monsters. You still have the nerve to say that. To those foreign countries, the Huaxia Empire is good at everything except for your special operations forces. If we're talking about detestable things, you guys are the most hated by the CIA and MI5. General Ji pointed at Hu Xiaoheng and laughed. Although he sounded regretful, he was actually happy. If the CIA and MI5 really liked the Special Operations Forces and praised us, General Ji would be the one crying. Hu Xiaoheng was in a good mood and even joked. Ha 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 ha. That's true. That's true. General Ji laughed even more cheerfully. Speaker Long was truly jealous that General Ji had found such a capable successor. He couldn't help but ask Hu Xiaoheng, oh right, did you find out anything about Gu Nianji's background? Tonight, Gu Nianji had managed to drive Bai Genie into a frenzy with just a few words. Regardless of whether it was her ability or her scheming, she had impressed everyone in the industry, especially Speaker Long, who had the highest standards for talent. When he saw a talent like Gu Nianji, he was simply overjoyed and couldn't wait to take her in. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. Not yet, but there are new leads that I haven't had the time to investigate yet. Ah. That's great. As soon as Speaker Long heard that there were new leads, he immediately stood up and clapped his hands. He laughed heartily. That's great, that's great. Xiaoheng, when you find out about her background, let her enter the Senate. This little girl's eloquence and reasoning are superb. Come to my office, I'll personally guide her. When I retire, she'll definitely be able to lead both houses of the Senate. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. General Ji was speechless. What's wrong? You don't want to. Speaker Long saw that both Hu Xiaoheng and General Ji had the same strange expression on their faces and was a bit confused. He walked over to General Ji and bent down to ask him, "Why don't you want to? What does it have to do with you?" General Ji suppressed his laughter and shook his head. Gu Nianji has just turned 18, and you want her to dominate the Senate in a few years. You really think too highly of her. Only 18. Speaker Long sighed deeply. The younger generation will surpass the older. The younger generation will surpass the older. After walking around the living room a few times, Speaker Long still didn't want to give up. He said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Anyway, no matter how old she is, once we find out about her background, I must convince her to join the Senate." Speaker Long, Nianji is still young. She still needs to go to graduate school. Hu Xiaoheng said solemnly. Let's talk about it after she graduates. She's already a graduate student. She can't just study. She can also intern at the Senate. Speaker Long walked around the living room and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Where's Gu Nianji? She's asleep. Hu Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji wasn't asleep yet, but he still shamelessly told Speaker Long that Gu Nianji was already asleep. Speaker Long couldn't personally go to the bedroom to check anyway. Speaker Long looked at his watch and saw that it was almost midnight. He sat down and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "I'll spend New Year's Eve here today." He looked up at General Ji. "How about it? Old Ji. Want to play?" Both Speaker Long and General Ji loved to play Go, and they were equally good at it. That was why they loved to play. Hu Xiaoheng called for the orderlies to bring the Go board and let them play. He stood up and said, "You two take your time. I'll instruct the orderlies in the kitchen to make supper, and then I'll go to the study." "Go, go," General Ji and Speaker Long said without looking up. They were already fully immersed in the game. Hu Xiaoheng ordered the orderlies to wait on the side while he went to see Chen Lai. Chen Lai was anxiously preparing Song Jinning's medical records and treatment process in his small study. He kept deleting and deleting, making sure to create a flawless record. When Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open, Chen Lai trembled and almost fell off his computer chair. When he saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng, Chen Lai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, "You didn't even knock. You scared me." Hu Xiaoheng ignored him and walked over to look at the medical records Chen Lai had prepared. As he read, he said quietly, "It's all here, right? Don't tell me it's not here." "No, no, of course not." Chen Lai pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose. His round nose was glistening with sweat. "Don't worry, I'm in charge. 10 years ago, when I was still a medical student, I was pulled onto your pirate ship and helped you steal the day. Even now, no one knows what happened. Shouldn't you believe me?" Hu Xiaoheng's slender fingers flicked the medical records. "You know what's good for you." Gu Nianji's name was not mentioned, nor was there any mention of the bone marrow donation. Instead, it was mentioned that a suitable match was found in the hospital's secret bone marrow bank, and that Song Jinning's bone marrow transplant would help her weak body recover as soon as possible. Mental illness had always been a gray area in medicine. It was difficult to say how it was caused, and it was difficult to say whether it could be cured or not. Chen Lai was an expert when it came to playing dumb. Therefore, he avoided the important points and focused on the trivial. He made Song Jinning's recovery seem to have been half due to medical skills and half due to luck. He perfectly avoided mentioning Gu Nianji's role in it. And because Gu Nianji had appeared in front of everyone with Song Jinning that night, no one had thought that she was the one who donated the bone marrow. That was because a normal person would probably be bedridden for half a month under such circumstances. It was impossible for them to return to normal within 2 days. He didn't have to worry about Chen Lai anymore. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and went to the 3rd floor to check on Song Jinning. Song Jining was already asleep, and the bedroom door was tightly shut. Although Hu Xiaoheng could enter, he didn't. Instead, he stood at the door and used his Bluetooth headset to call Zhao Liangze. He confirmed that Song Jining had entered the room and hadn't come out. There were no cameras in the bedroom, only in the hallway. Coming down from the third floor, Hu Xiaoheng paused when he passed the second floor, but still walked towards the bedroom. The second floor had a master bedroom that took up almost half the floor. There were also 3 guest bedrooms, a living room, a study, a conference room, a gym, and a single kitchen. Hu Xiaoheng first went to his master bedroom. He opened the door and looked around. Gu Nianji wasn't there. He was slightly taken aback and wanted to ask Zhao Liangze, but the call was cut off before he could say a word. He left his master bedroom and went to the guest bedrooms in the opposite hallway to look for her one by one. Gu Nianji lived in the middle of the 3 guest bedrooms. It was right across from his master bedroom. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open and went around the screen to see Gu Nianji. She wasn't asleep. Her long, silky hair was draped over her shoulders, and she wore his big black t-shirt. Hugging her panda pillow, she sat on the floor in front of the bed. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Hu Xiaoheng's voice was very low, like it came from his chest. It resonated like a cello in the dark bedroom. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Hu Xiaoheng's tall and imposing figure approaching. He hadn't changed out of his military uniform, and it was buttoned up all the way to his collar. She looked at him without blinking. Her head was tilted further and further back, almost at a right angle to her back. Hu Xiaoheng half squatted in front of her and reached out a hand to naturally support the back of her neck. "If you tilt your head any further, your head will fall off." Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng's handsome face just inches from hers. She couldn't help licking her lips with her pink tongue and gulping. Hu Xiaoheng's lips curved as he moved closer to her. "Are you thirsty?" I'm not thirsty." Gu Nianji was confused. "Why do you ask? Then why are you licking your lips?" Hu Xiaoheng's hand tightened and pulled Gu Nianji's head closer to his face. There was only a finger's width between them, and they could even feel each other's hot breaths. Gu Nianji smiled faintly and said softly, "Because my lips are too dry." She paused and continued to tease him boldly. "Hu Xiao, do you want to moisturize my lips?" This was the second installment of 3,000 words. Dear friends, please cast your monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 253. Hu Xiaoheng maintained his original position and knelt on one knee in front of Gu Nianji. A large hand wrapped around the back of her neck and pulled her head closer to him. They were so close, only a finger's length apart. When he looked down, he could see her soft and beautiful lips. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, but his body remained motionless. He didn't kiss her. Gu Nianji looked at him with wide eyes and let go of the panda pillow in her hands. She knelt forward and straightened up in his arms. Wrapping her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck, she boldly licked her lips again. "You're not going to moisturize my lips? Then I'll have to moisturize myself." The tip of her pink tongue stuck out from between her lips. She curled it up and licked her upper lip. Just as she was about to lick down, Hu Xiaoheng's hand that was holding the back of her neck reached around and pinched her chin. His thumb just happened to slide past her lips. Gu Nianji couldn't retract her tongue in time and curled it around his thumb. It felt incredibly soft and tender. There seemed to be an electric current bursting forth from the tip of her tongue, quickly flowing to his limbs and bones, numbing and trembling, stirring him up. Hu Xiaoheng's hand moved away from her chin like he had been electrocuted and returned to the back of her neck. He hugged her and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. "Sleep." Letting go of her neck, he was about to get up and leave, but Gu Nianji refused. He was already kissing her forehead, but she still wouldn't go down. She hugged his neck and pulled him down with all her might. At the same time, she leaned forward to welcome her lips and covered his. Gu Nianji's heart seemed to stop for a moment, then with a thump, it felt like thousands of fireworks had suddenly exploded in her mind. Her heart beat even more violently than before. Hugging his neck, she kissed him attentively and meticulously. She kept rubbing and pressing on his soft and textured lips, the tip of her tongue trembling to feel the touch of his lips. Hua Xiaoheng's patience and restraint were amazing. Even at this point, he still didn't move. Although he didn't push her away, he didn't kiss her back either. Wearing a pair of boots, he knelt on one leg. His tall back was as majestic as a mountain, and his figure was very beautiful. He stretched his arms forward, hugging the slender and soft girl in his arms who was kissing him desperately. From time to time, his large hand would caress the back of her neck, and from time to time, it would caress her back. Her heart was beating so violently that it seemed as if he could feel it from behind with his large hand. In the bedroom, there was only a dark mango-yellow night light on the wall. It was dim and warm. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and saw that the light was shining on Gu Nianji's face. Her skin was almost translucent like a flower petal. He was so close to her that he could easily pluck her. Gu Nianji was so engrossed in the kiss that she accidentally opened her eyes. She caught a glimpse of Hua Xiaoheng's dark eyes quietly looking at her. He didn't have the same frenzied look as she did. She wasn't happy. Unwilling to be left out, she bit down on his lips inch by inch. First, she tested him, moving up and down gently. When he wasn't paying attention, she suddenly bit down. Her teeth sank into his lips, and the hardness was wrapped in softness. Then, she quickly let go. Gu Nianji moved closer to take a closer look. She could even see 2 small teeth marks on his lips. Hua Xiaoheng pinched her chin again and pushed her away. Don't bite. Yes. Yes. Gu Nianji was so engrossed in the kiss that she was pushed away by the man she loved. She was embarrassed, but also a bit arrogant and willful. She was even more unwilling to let the beauty on her lips be taken away just like that. She pounced on him like a little kitten. Hua Xiaoheng only used one hand to grab her arms and twist them behind her back. He exerted a little force, and Gu Nianji instinctively leaned back. Her chest arched forward. With just one movement, the chest area of her long black t-shirt that was propped up trembled twice, moving even though there was no wind. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes patiently. He picked up the eiderdown quilt from the bed and wrapped her up from head to toe. He carried her and tossed her onto the bed. Go to sleep. I can't sleep. Gu Nianji struggled and tried to climb out of the eiderdown quilt. Be good. I'll stay here with you. Hua Xiaoheng pressed the eiderdown quilt on Gu Nianji with both hands. Really? Gu Nianji's eyes darted around. You'll sleep with me. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Why did that sound so strange? I'll stay here with you. I'll go out when you fall asleep. Hua Xiaoheng quietly avoided Gu Nianji's trap and reminded her, General Ji and Speaker Long are still downstairs. Gu Nianji heard the names of the 2 great gods and was a bit discouraged. Fine. She stopped struggling. Then you'll stay with me, until the New Year's bell rings. They had spent every New Year's Eve together since Hua Xiaoheng rescued her when she was 12 years old until she was 18 now. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and looked at his watch. His eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. There's 1 more minute until the New Year's bell rings. Ha! No way. How did time pass so quickly? Gu Nianji screamed and covered her face with her hands. How embarrassing. This was too embarrassing. So she had tried her best to make Hua Xiaoheng stay for 1 more minute. If little temptress knew this was all she could do, she would definitely laugh her head off. Hua Xiaoheng saw Gu Nianji's embarrassment and smiled faintly. He took out her phone from under her pillow and opened a video website to find a place where he could broadcast the New Year's bell. Get up and listen to the bell together. He turned around and sat on the bed. He picked Gu Nianji up with the eiderdown quilt and held her in his arms. Gu Nianji held the phone in his hand and waited with him for the New Year's bell to ring. On the phone screen, a tall building was illuminated by colorful lights. A large balloon hung at the top of the building. It was the last minute. The music played on the video and everyone was cheering. The large balloon slowly fell as everyone counted down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. It's the new year. Happy New Year, everyone. The people who had come to watch the live countdown on the video burst into earth-shattering shouts and cheers. People hugged their friends and loved ones. There were even lovers who started kissing when the countdown started. When the countdown ended, they could say, "We kissed for a year." Gu Nianji looked at the passionate people on the phone enviously. She turned around and couldn't help saying, "Hua Xiao, look at them." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly lowered his head and covered her mouth with his lips. He cut off the phone and threw it on the ground. He hugged her and the quilt in his arms and kissed her deeply. He sucked and sucked. It was much more intense than Gu Nianji's earlier playful kisses. As expected, Gu Nianji couldn't handle it. She was so excited that she almost couldn't breathe. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her fiercely a few more times and ravaged her lips until they were a mess. Finally, he let her go and said in a husky voice, "Happy New Year. Happy New Year." Gu Nianji's eyes stared blankly. She was dizzy from the kisses and her brain was lacking oxygen. She finally collapsed into the soft down pillow and fell asleep. Hua Xiaoheng stood by the bed and quietly left after he was sure she was asleep. Before he left, he picked up Gu Nianji's phone from the ground and held it in his hand as he walked out of her bedroom. He walked to the hallway and closed the door. Gu Nianji's phone rang again. It had just been past midnight. When Gu Nianji turned around to talk to him, Hua Xiaoheng saw a text from Professor He on his phone. He cut off the phone so Gu Nianji wouldn't see it. When he heard the ringtone, he looked down to see it was still from He Zhichu. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and picked up. "Happy New Year, Nianji." He Zhichu's cool voice came from the other end of the phone. There was a hint of surprise in his voice that couldn't be ignored. It hadn't been easy. He had finally gotten through to Gu Nianji. "Happy New Year, Professor He. Nianji is asleep. Is there something urgent?" Hua Xiaoheng's low and calm voice rang in He Zhichu's ear. He Zhichu's expression changed. He threw his phone on the ground without another word. The poor phone shattered into pieces with a loud bang. It was completely useless. This was the first update. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. 7:00 in the evening. P.S. This was the second update yesterday. Because Malhan forgot to set the time to publish it after uploading it, it was already half an hour past 7 by the time I realized it wasn't there. Dear friends, please forgive me. I will definitely check it repeatedly in the future. Moi. N_N. Oh. Chapter 254. Hua Xiaoheng heard a loud bang from the other end of the phone. His lips curled slightly as he looked at the call from Professor He, but it was already disconnected. He put away Gu Nianji's phone and spoke to the person on duty on the other end of the Bluetooth headset. "Have you finished reviewing the messages on Nianji's phone? You can let her in now." Gu Nianji's phone had always been under strict surveillance by the Special Operations Forces. Unless she called Hua Xiaoheng's line, no one would listen in. All other calls, whether they were made by her or someone else, were recorded and archived. He Jichu's previous message to her was also being reviewed, and Hu Xiaoheng had intentionally reviewed it for a few more days. Gu Nianji had always known that her phone, all her social media accounts, bank cards, and electronic information were all under the Special Operations Force's surveillance. She had been a minor in the past, so this was done to protect her. Now that she was an adult, Hu Xiaoheng didn't know if she would resist such omnipresent surveillance. However, he wasn't used to thinking hypothetically, so he wouldn't think about it until Gu Nianji actually resisted. Professor He. Professor He. Are you okay? When Shi heard the loud bang from outside the study and quickly knocked on the door but didn't dare go in. He Jichu's study wasn't closed, it was only left ajar. When Shi carefully peeked through the crack and saw the mess on the floor. Other than the phone that had been smashed, there were also a teacup, a black jade paperweight, a green jade pen holder, and an Apple computer that had been pushed to the floor. Now the desk in front of him was bare, with nothing on it. Other than the phone and computer, everything else was antiques. The Yuan Dynasty blue and white Qilin full moon teacup, the Tang Dynasty black jade paperweight, and the Song Dynasty green jade pen holder had all been dragged from the desk to the oak floor. Each of the three items was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, enough to buy a few mansions within the third ring road of the imperial capital. Yet he had smashed them to pieces without a care in the world. The corners of Wen Shi's mouth twitched. Even if he had a lot of these things at home, he couldn't just throw them around like they were trash. He Jichu took a few deep breaths and finally controlled his emotions. He leaned against the high-back massage chair behind the desk and closed his eyes. His cool face was ashen. Nianji fell asleep. Nianji fell asleep. In the middle of the night, a man answered Gu Nianji's call and told him. Nianji is asleep. Although he knew that things might not be what he thought, He Jichu still couldn't help but be angered. It was as if something that originally belonged to him suddenly didn't belong to him anymore. Even if he wanted to take a look at it, it would be an extravagant hope. How could this be? He Jichu felt his head hurt even more. He raised his hand to rub his temples, but the pain didn't subside. Instead, it felt like sharp needles were stabbing into his head. Professor He. Professor He. Wen Shi's expression changed when she saw He Jichu's expression. Professor He. Do you have another headache? I can give you a massage. He Jichu answered weakly, come in. Wen Shi was delighted. She pushed open the door of the study and walked in. After several months, she was finally able to get close to He Jichu. She washed her hands and warmed them under the hot air dryer. She applied a special massage oil and walked behind He Jichu to massage the acupoints on his head. Wen Shi had learned head massage from the He family doctor for He Jichu. The study was quiet. He Jichu didn't speak, but his breathing gradually calmed down and his complexion returned to normal. Wen Shi smiled slightly. She knew that her massage had worked. He Jichu's headache was soon gone. Wen Shi's massage technique was indeed quite good. His expression relaxed a lot. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of his computer chair as he asked, "You've finished everything in the United States?" Wen Shi wasn't only He Jichu's teaching assistant at Harvard Law School, but she was also his assistant in the Huaxia Empire. I've finished everything. Classes are suspended over there. The doctoral students you're mentoring are scheduled to defend during the summer break. When the holidays are over, you can fly back to defend them. Wen Shi was indeed a very talented secretary. She was also diligent and smart enough to rely on her own abilities to become an associate professor at Harvard. This was already proof of her abilities. He Jichu nodded. Not bad. After a pause, he asked her, "Are your injuries all healed?" Much better. Wen Shi smiled. I've been using the gunshot medicine you brought from your hometown. It's healing quickly. I'm guessing that even the scars will disappear after a while. When Shi's gunshot wound had been on Gunyanji's birthday. She had taken a bullet for her when they encountered pirates in the Caribbean. That bullet had nearly cost her life. Although Hijichu had wanted nothing more than to chase her back to her hometown, he never mentioned it again after she was shot. However, he kept his distance and didn't allow her to get close to Gunyanji. When Gunyanji was interning at the U.S. Congress, when Shi had been chased back to Boston by Hijichu and didn't stay in D.C. Later, Hijichu decided to shift his focus to be university in the Huaxia Empire. There were too many problems to deal with, so he transferred Wen Shi back. Wen Shi cherished this opportunity very much. It was practically the last chance Hijichu would give her. Hijichu's mind kept replaying the phone call from earlier. His fingers gradually tightened into a fist. He heard himself asking. That Hua Xiaoheng, how much information can you find out? Hua Xiaoheng. You mean, Nianji's guardian? Wen Shi tilted her head in thought. He's a rising star in the Huaxia Empire's military. He's a general at a young age and leads the entire special forces. He used to be behind the scenes, but recently he's stepped up to the forefront. That's it. Hijichu was very impatient. It's already been a few days, and this is the same information. Wen Shi was speechless. This information was already very difficult to obtain. Professor He, we've just arrived in the Huaxia Empire and haven't established ourselves yet. If we rashly ask about the most mysterious leader of the special forces in the Huaxia Empire, we'll be targeted, Wen Shi replied airily. How could Hijichu not know this? He just didn't want to wait anymore. As soon as he thought about the phone call that day, his heart felt like it had been sliced into pieces and scattered on the ground for anyone to trample on. Hurry up and find out more about Hua Xiaoheng. Hijichu narrowed his shimmering almond-shaped eyes, his expression even colder. He refused to think about the possible relationship between Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng. He only knew that as Gu Nianji's guardian, if Hua Xiaoheng dared to steal from her, he would destroy his reputation. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he put Gu Nianji's phone in his pocket and slowly walked down the stairs. Speaker Long and General Ji were still engrossed in their game of Go. Happy New Year, both of you. Hua Xiaoheng sat down across from them. His back was ramrod straight, and although he was sitting on the sofa, he maintained a military posture. Oh. It's already the new year. Speaker Long looked at his watch. That was fast. We haven't even finished our game of Go yet. There's no hurry, both of you. If you want to play, take your time. I'm going upstairs to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hold back. Since the two of them didn't ask how Song Jining was cured, he didn't intend to bring it up. However, General Ji knew him best. He glanced at Hua Xiaoheng through his reading glasses and asked as he collected the Go pieces, Your mother's illness is cured, but who cured her? You have to give the military and the Ministry of Science and Technology an explanation, right? I can tell both of you, it was Chen Lai, the military's miracle doctor. With his help, my mother's illness turned for the better. Of course, she hasn't fully recovered yet, and Chen Lai said he wasn't sure if it wouldn't relapse again. Hua Xiaoheng very calmly gave Song Jining a foreshadowing. Speaker Long and General Ji were relieved to hear it was Chen Lai. So it was him, no wonder. Okay, this matter ends here. Tomorrow is a holiday, and the day after tomorrow, prepare to report to the military and discuss with them about the experiment accident that year. This was the second installment of 2,500 words. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes quickly. Good night, dear friends. P.S. If you see that some chapters are charged differently, it's because of the word count. Because subscriptions were charged per 1,000 words, a 2,500 word chapter was roughly twice as expensive as a 1,000 word chapter. If you think it's too expensive, I can charge less. I mainly hope that my dear friends who like the Major General's book can support the official subscription and voting. Recommendation votes and monthly votes are all welcome. Because these are all results. If the results are good, it will encourage me to write more. Thank you, dear friends. Chapter 255. General G and Speaker Long were actually discussing how to restart the investigation of the experiment accident under the guise of playing chess. Seeing Hu Xiaoheng's unyielding attitude, and considering his experience, abilities, connections, and skills accumulated over the years, they unanimously decided to let Hu Xiaoheng represent the military and directly enter the investigation team to co-lead with the people from the Ministry of Science and Technology. This way, Hu Xiaoheng could rest assured, and they could rest assured too. Hu Xiaoheng knew very well that it was because of his unyielding attitude and his strength that they couldn't ignore that they made such a decision in favor of Song Jining. However, he didn't show it at all. He only nodded slightly and said in a humble tone, "Since the two of you have said so, then I shall accept." General G and Speaker Long glared at him and muttered to themselves, "It said that old people become shrewd." Hu Xiaoheng wasn't even 30 years old, but he was already this calm. Was he trying to ascend to the heavens? Before they could answer, Hu Xiaoheng changed the topic and pressed on with a watertight approach. "But I hope that the two of you can clarify this matter with them in case they talk about avoiding suspicion again. If they ask me to avoid the investigation because I am Song Jining's son, how are you going to explain it to them? Will you avoid it?" "Of course not." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled up, his expression relaxed. Then it settled. General G glared at him again, "You solve this problem yourself. If you want to avoid suspicion because of a few words from others, that's your problem, not mine." Speaker Long also looked away and smiled. The Senate will take a neutral stance on this matter. When he saw Hu Xiaoheng's gaze sweep over, he quickly said, "As long as you inform us of the final results, it's fine." So in the end, they didn't really care who was right or wrong, they only wanted the results. Why did that experiment have an accident? Why didn't that experiment succeed? Hu Xiaoheng was also very curious, and because of the nature of his own work, he was more familiar with the progress of this experiment in the world. The United States has made rapid progress in this experiment in the past 3 years. Hu Xiaoheng looked at General G and Speaker Long calmly, and 16 years ago, the Huaxia Empire was the only country in this field, and was at least 100 years ahead of other countries. But because of Bai Jini's delay for 16 years, we've been caught up by other countries. At the end of the day, he still wouldn't let Bai Jini go. General G and Speaker Long looked at each other with serious expressions. "Xiaoheng, Bai Jini's matter has been handed over to the police. Don't complicate things." Speaker Long warned him solemnly, "The affairs of the Bai family are extremely complicated, and a slight change in one part can affect the whole situation. Besides, because of the large number of people in their family, their various in-laws are complicated, so we don't want you to be too ambitious, do you understand?" General G sat silently at the side and did not comment. His and Speaker Long's opinions were not always the same, so when he was silent, it usually meant that the two of them had different opinions. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and said calmly, "Don't worry, Speaker Long. What era are we in now? I don't even think it's possible. Besides, it's already too late to execute the whole family." "Ha ha ha ha, good that you know." Speaker Long was amused by him and burst out laughing. "You did a great job with Bai Yuxing last time." "Not at all, not at all." Hu Xiaoheng refused to take credit. "The last time Bai Yuxing was executed, it was the Bai family who put justice before family. I can't take credit for that." "Oh. Ha. You know." General G and Speaker Long looked at each other awkwardly. "It's good that you know this." "I know. What do I do?" Did you two forget? Hu Xiaoheng stood up and helped them put away the chessboard. It's already New Year's. We'll rest today, and tomorrow I'll go to the military for a meeting and confirm the members of the investigation team. Before he knew it, Hu Xiaoheng had already taken the initiative. He would not allow others to lead him by the nose on this matter. Because it was his mother who was at stake. General Ji and Speaker Long said their goodbyes and left after discussing this matter. Hu Xiaoheng saw them out, and on his way back, he passed by Gu Nianji's bedroom. He pushed the door open and put Gu Nianji's phone back on her bedside table. Gu Nianji woke up groggily and saw a figure standing by her bed. Her whole body trembled in fear, and just as she was about to scream, a large, warm hand covered her. It was a masculine scent that she was extremely familiar with. Gu Nianji's terrified heart instantly calmed down, and she gently relaxed her body. Slowly exhaling, she opened her hazy eyes to look at Hu Xiaoheng. Her bedroom always had a night light on at night. Hu Xiaoheng only let go when she stopped screaming. He adjusted the duvet for her and turned to leave, but Gu Nianji grabbed his sleeve. He turned around and looked at her inquisitively. Then he looked at her fingers that were tugging on his sleeve. Under the yellow light of the mango lamp, they were as clear as jade, almost translucent like an onion tube, so straight that the joints could not be seen. Hu Xiaoheng struggled but didn't use much force. Gu Nianji was holding him very close, so he couldn't break free. What's wrong? He asked her quietly, reaching out to feel her forehead. She didn't have a fever. Gu Nianji had just woken up, so her mind was still not very clear. Her body acted on instinct and leaned towards the person she was most attached to. She reached out from the duvet and wrapped her arms around his neck. She murmured sleepily. Stay with me. Hu Xiaoheng's body instantly tensed up like an arrow waiting to be shot. He looked down and only saw her forcing her large, sleepy eyes open. She looked at him stubbornly, her arms holding on to him and not letting go. Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled into a smile. He simply sat down by her bed and held her wrists. Nianji, this is how you seduce me. Can't I? Gu Nianji blinked, her long eyelashes like butterfly wings, almost fluttering on his face. You call this seduction? I think you want to use force. Hu Xiaoheng raised his brows and grabbed Gu Nianji's wrists to pull her arms away from his neck. His low voice came out of his mouth, and it was irresistibly seductive. Oh. You don't like me using force on you. Gu Nianji was about to give up. She let go and lay flat on the duvet, her eyes smiling. Then use force on me. I promise I won't resist. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. His usually calm heart actually skipped a beat. However, he quickly smiled and patted Gu Nianji's cheek. He leaned against the edge of her bed. Sleep, I'll stay with you. You're not leaving. No. Until dawn. Until dawn. Gu Nianji curled up against Hu Xiaoheng's leg with satisfaction, and finally rested her head on his thigh. Although his thigh was as hard as a rock, and Gu Nianji even suspected that she would have a stiff neck if she slept on his thigh for the whole night, she still hugged his thigh to sleep. She wanted to have this kind of thigh for the rest of her life. Gu Nianji quickly fell asleep again. Hu Xiaoheng looked down and studied the girl who was like a little octopus clinging to his thigh. He smiled helplessly. He pulled the duvet over and wrapped her up. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and fell asleep before he knew it. Compared to the wild and remote mountains he used to sleep on during his previous missions, this wasn't too uncomfortable. Also, she was by his side, so he didn't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Hu Xiaoheng woke up on time at 6 in the morning. Gu Nianji was still sound asleep. Her skin was pink, and the duvet had been kicked into a mess by her. However, she still remembered to hug his thigh. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's neck lying on his thigh in an extremely twisted position. He was a little worried that her neck wouldn't straighten today. Just as he was hesitating, Gu Nianji's phone rang again. Hu Xiaoheng picked it up and saw that it was Zhao Liangzi calling. He frowned and reached out to swipe the phone open. Before he could speak, he heard Zhao Liangzi ask anxiously, Nianji. Nianji. Are you up? When did you last see Hu Xiao yesterday? Did you see him this morning? I've been looking for him for a long time, but he's not in his bedroom. This was the first watch. Dear friends, please cast your monthly and recommendation votes quickly. 7:00 the next watch. Mwah. Oh, N_N. Oh. Chapter 256. Hu Xiaoheng put one hand in his trouser pocket and raised the phone to his ear with the other. He said nonchalantly, "You better call me if you have something urgent." On the other end of the line, Zhao Liangzi was silent for a second, then asked in a trembling voice. Hu Xiao. Yes. You, why are you? Nianji wasn't feeling well last night, so I came to see her. Hu Xiaoheng didn't elaborate further. You talk too much. It looks like there's nothing urgent. I'm hanging up. Don't call Nianji again. The 3 or 4 screens in front of Zhao Liangzi were connected to the corridor on the second floor of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Not long after Hu Xiaoheng hung up, he clearly saw Hu Xiaoheng walk out of Gu Nianji's bedroom and return to his master bedroom. It looked like Gu Nianji was sick, and it was probably quite serious. Otherwise, why would Hu Xiao stay in her room to take care of her? Zhao Liangzi was very worried. When he and Gu Nianji had lived in the same apartment in the United States, he had stayed up all night to take care of her when she wasn't feeling well. He knew that Gu Nianji had donated bone marrow, so he was even more worried about her health. After some thought, Zhao Liangzi answered Chen Lai's call. Dr. Chen, Hu Xiao said Nianji wasn't feeling well last night. Can you go see her? Not feeling well last night? Hu Xiao didn't tell me. It shouldn't be serious. Chen Lai was still groaning as he hugged his blanket, not wanting to get up. Zhao Liangzi was a little anxious. Hu Xiao took care of Nianji all night last night. How could it not be serious? You should go and have a look. I just had a major operation a few days ago, and I was unconscious for 2 or 3 days. Have you forgotten? Chen Lai was suddenly wide awake. He wrapped himself in the blanket and lay on the bed. He asked somewhat agitatedly, "What did you say?" Hu Xiao took care of Nianji for the entire night. Where did you take care of them? Nianji's bedroom. Oh. Nianji's bedroom. Ha. Chen Lai laughed meaningfully. Okay, I got it. I'll go take a look later. He hung up the phone and stared blankly at it for a while. Then, he shook his head and laughed for a long time. Then, he crawled under the covers and continued to sleep. He had been busy for 4 to 5 days and had hardly slept. How could he not get enough sleep? As for Gu Nianji, how could he not know her? How could he be sick? Hu Xiao had spent the night in her room last night. He would laugh about it after he got enough sleep. Hu Xiaoheng hung up the phone and placed it on Gu Nianji's bedside table before leaving her bedroom. When he returned to his bedroom, he checked his phone and found that Zhao Liangzi had indeed called him several times, starting at 5 in the morning. He swiped it open and called Zhao Liangzi back. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm going to shower. Zhao Liangzi had just gotten off the phone with Chen Lai. Now that he received Hu Xiaoheng's call, he finally remembered the matter at hand. He quickly said, "It's like this, the police HQ has called several times to say that the Bais have hired a big lawyer for Bai Jeannie. She wants to be released on bail pending trial. They don't know if they'll release her, of course not. Hu Xiaoheng paused in the middle of unbuttoning his shirt. The investigation hasn't started yet. Let them decide what to do on bail and what to interrogate. But that lawyer is very arrogant. I heard that she's the daughter of the partner of the largest law firm in the capital. Her surname is Jean, and her name is Wani. She's very smart and capable. On the first day of the new year, she went to the police headquarters at 3:00 in the morning to block the entrance. She insisted on bringing Bai Jeannie back. Zhao Liangzi wasn't very familiar with legal procedures. He was very worried when he heard the urgent calls from the police headquarters. Hu Xiaoheng remained silent. He continued unbuttoning his military uniform and took it off. He tossed it onto the sofa and walked into the bathroom. He said nonchalantly to Zhao Liangzi, "Don't tell me the police headquarters doesn't have any legal personnel. How can something as small as this stump them? Tell them that we'll hand her over to them. If they release her, then wait for us to open a case and investigate them. We'll see if they've committed any serious misconduct or violations of discipline." With the Special Operations Force's capabilities, anyone in the police headquarters who didn't want to work could challenge the Special Operations Forces. Hu Xiaoheng guessed that it wasn't that the police headquarters didn't have any competent lawyers to go up against lawyer Jean. It was that one of them had connections with the Bais and was intentionally trying to cause trouble. Trying to cause trouble in front of the professional Special Operations Forces was like trying to show off in front of Guan Yu. Or was he trying to show off in front of an expert? Zhao Liangzi quickly relayed Hu Xiaoheng's words to the people at the police headquarters. The people at the police headquarters used both the carrot and the stick when they heard this. They didn't dare delay any longer and reported it to their superiors. The people deliberated and weighed the pros and cons between Hu Xiaoheng and the Bais. They felt that it was better to owe the Bais a favor. Because Hu Xiaoheng had just stepped onto the stage from behind the scenes, they still hadn't figured out his routine and temper, so they didn't dare go against him for now. "Lawyer Jean, I'm so sorry, but the headquarters is on a holiday today. According to regulations, the bail process will also be delayed. There's no one to verify the documents for you right now, so please come back tomorrow." The people at the police headquarters began to beat around the bush. It wasn't that they didn't know how to stop lawyer Jean. It was just as Hu Xiaoheng had thought. Some of them had indeed been instructed by the Bais to find a way to get lawyer Jean out. Now that Hu Xiaoheng had threatened them, they could only give up for now. When Jean Wani heard the people at the police headquarters change their tune, she immediately knew that someone was pressuring them. She couldn't help but sneer, "Oh my, I've been waiting since 3 in the morning for this excuse. If it's going to be delayed according to regulations, you should have said so earlier. Aren't you messing with me? I'm going to file a complaint." The people at the police headquarters smiled awkwardly. They didn't want to offend her, but they also refused to let her go. They only said, "This person was sent by the Special Operations Forces. If we don't follow the rules, they won't forgive us." The two sides were at a stalemate for a while. Jean Wani received a hint from her own people. She finally got up reluctantly and said, "Then I'll go, I'll come back tomorrow. I want to see for myself what this Special Operations Forces is all about." She left the police headquarters, got into her car, and called her internal line. "Section Chief Wang, what's going on? Isn't the Special Operations Forces part of the military? How can they interfere with the police station? This is a very special case, otherwise the Bais wouldn't have asked a lawyer like you to come forward." On the other end of the line, Section Chief Wang lowered his voice and told her, "Go find your client and let them think of a solution." Jean Wani hung up and thought for a while, then dialed the Bai's number. The Bai's third son, Bai Changhui, had contacted her. He was also the person who cared about Bai Jeannie the most. "Lawyer Jean, how is it? Has my sister been released?" Bai Changhui was still sleeping, but was woken up by his phone ringing. He saw that it was lawyer Jean calling and quickly answered the call. Jean Wani coughed awkwardly. Not yet. I heard that the Special Operations Forces tried to stop them. After negotiating for a long time, the police headquarters finally used a procedural issue to drag it out for a day. The Special Operations Forces tried to stop them. Bai Chonghui immediately thought of Hu Xiaoheng. He was afraid that Hu Xiaoheng would kill Bai Jini in order to avenge his mother, so he had to get Bai Jini out of the police station. We really can't avoid the Special Operations Forces in this matter. Bai Chonghui hastily said a few words over the phone. My sister's case is related to Song Jining, and her son is a big shot in the Special Operations Forces, Major General Hu Xiaoheng. I'm afraid he's the one who tried to stop them. Ha! Really? Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted 3 hours at the police headquarters for nothing. This is the first time I've seen someone use their power for personal gain in front of me. Jean Wani sneered and started the car. Give me his address and phone number. I'll teach him a lesson in a minute. It was the second update. Dear friends, please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. P.S. Yesterday's second update, Chapter 249, Provoked, had a few minor typos corrected. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.